Morning. Please come online. I'm presenting now. Come online, please. We're actually two working on this topic. So it's the other speaker that just called me. So I'll just present my own side and then the other speaker will take up.
Okay, then we introduce.
Yes, so that's the Professor Ikechukwu Kanu.
Yeah.
We're supposed to present the paper together. His name is there, please. The next slide. That is the content for us today. How we are going to go introduction, understanding Akuko Ifo, redefining Igbo folktales as philosophical text, some Igbo folktales and their philosophical significance, and then the conclusion. Please, next. Now that's the introduction, and I want to begin by saying that in many African cultures, philosophy is not just found in books or university classrooms. It's passed down through spoken stories, proverbs, songs, and legends. For the Igbo people of southeastern Nigeria, these folk tales known as Akuko Ifo are much more than stories for children. The deep storehouse of wisdom that helps explain how people should live, what is right and wrong, and how the physical and the spiritual worlds connect. Okay, my central thesis in this presentation is that Akuko Ifo, translated as folk tales, should not be understood merely as folklore or entertainment. Rather, they are ontological narratives through which the Igbo articulate theories of reality, personhood, destiny, causality, morality, and the relationship between the visible and invisible worlds. Next slide. Now, in Igbo culture, Akuko Ifo is a traditional form of storytelling passed down orally from one generation to another. And it composes of everything that makes up the people. You see, the storyteller acts simultaneously as a teacher, performer, sage, and advisor. So most times in Igbo land, such stories are told in the evening under the moonlight. Okay, after a long day's work, people relax to listen to them. And usually after the story, you have critical discussions that encourage children to reflect on the lessons learned. And in those stories, you have humans, spirits, animals with human traits, and so on and so forth. Please, the next slide. Now beyond mere amusement, those stories play some important roles. They are multifunctional tools for education, socialization, ethical guidance, and the preservation of history. And one of the vital functions, or one of the most vital functions of Akuko Ifo is moral education, character development. Please, let's go to the next slide. Now, under this section, we're talking about the debate in the field of African philosophy concerning whether oral traditions should be considered as legitimate sources of philosophical thought. And you find Placid Temples and Mbiti arguing that African philosophy is not an individual endeavor, but a collective one. On the other side, you have Hotunji disputing that philosophy should involve an individual critical and active reasoning. And so on then, Odero Ruka is trying to bridge between the two camps. Please, next slide. Next slide. Okay, when you come to the redefining Igbo folktales, we have Obiechina. Obiechina was a literary artist, and he was talking about the fact that the stories are not artifacts of a pre-literate past, rather they are durable vessels for community values and deep reflections on existence that have survived both colonialism and rapid social change. You have Onyekamu also that looked at it. He said that storytelling is a highly sophisticated art form. And by using both voice and movement, the storyteller draws the audience into a shared moral debate, effectively turning a simple village gathering into a lively space for philosophical discussion. Next slide. Also in the area of philosophy, you have Asuzu, you have Okere, all of them are talking about the fact, like Asuzu is talking about complementarity, saying that there is no entity that is alone. There is this kind of interdependence. And, you know, Akuko Ifo provides perfect evidence for Asuzu's point of view, because the stories constantly show how human, spirits, and nature all depend on one another. Please, next slide. Now, having said that, when we sum up all these positions together, my position is that that Akuko Ifo is a valid, independent, and necessary source of philosophical thought, one that offers the global academic community a unique Igbo perspective on morality, authority, and human existence. Next slide. We now want to look at some of those folk tales. One of them is the one involving the tortoise, how the tortoise, you know, the tortoise, we call it mbe in Igbo language, how he cracked his shell. And the folk tale, you know, just goes like this. One day, the tortoise saw a group of birds flying in the heavens. And he asked them, where are you going? They said, we are going for a feast, because there was famine in the land. They were going for a feast. Tortoise looked at himself, he didn't have any wings. So he pleaded with the birds to lend him, you know, so that he will be able to fly with them. So the birds plucked their feathers, put it together, formed the wings for him. Tortoise could fly with them. So on their way, Tortoise said, look, in my culture, when you're going for an important event like this, you take up a new name. So we are going to take up new names and titles. And the birds, being so naive, didn't understand what was coming. So they took up titles, they took up names, and then they asked the tortoise, what is your name? The tortoise said, my name is all of you. Unu nile means all of you. Ununcha in Anambra dialect is ununcha. In my own dialect, unu nile, all of you. They didn't understand. So when they got to the place, the host served them food, all manner of delicacies for them to eat, and said, this food is for all of you. Tortoise now reminded the person, remember that I've taken a name, and my name is all of you. That was how the tortoise ended up eating all the food without giving the birds. And the birds were angry, so when they finished, the birds said, okay, we're going to show you. They collected all their feathers from tortoise. And then tortoise was stranded and needed to go back to the earth. So when they were going, tortoise told parrot, please, when you go back to the earth, tell my wife to bring her all the soft things in the house, place it on the floor, so that when I land, I will land on soft materials. They went and told the wife that the husband said he should bring her everything that is sharp, stones, knives, whatever, bring them out. And that was how the tortoise landed on those sharp objects, and that explained why you see the pattern, you know, cracks on the tortoise back. So, what is the philosophical significance of that story? And I've articulated here, one is that good character is more important than cleverness. The story teaches that intelligence alone does not make a person wise. True wisdom includes honesty, self-control, and respect for others. A person who lacks good character will eventually suffer the consequences of their actions. Another lesson, philosophical significance, has to do with the ethics of community. The birds helped the tortoise by giving him feathers, showing the importance of cooperation and generosity. And the tortoise repaid their kindness with selfishness. The story teaches that no one succeeds alone. People depend on one another, and communities can only flourish when everyone acts with fairness and concern for others. Then this idea reflects the Igbo principle of Ibuanyidanda, which is complementarity, which emphasizes mutual support and shared responsibility. Next slide. It also, another philosophical significance is that words have power. The tortoise deceived the birds simply by changing his name. This shows that words are not ordinary sounds. They have the power to influence people's thinking and actions. In Igbo culture, Okwu, that is the spoken word, is highly respected because it can build trust, settle disputes, or create conflict. The story warns that language should never be used to deceive or exploit others. And then Wrongdoing has consequences. That's another philosophical significance. The breaking of the tortoise's shell represents the consequences of greed and dishonesty. The story teaches that bad actions eventually bring suffering. Justice may not come immediately, but people cannot escape the results of their choices. Next slide. Epistemology, that is wisdom through narrative. Although this is a folk tale, it raises important questions about life. It encourages people to think about what makes someone truly wise, why honesty matters, how community should function, and why people must be responsible for their actions. In this way, the story teaches philosophy through storytelling rather than through formal arguments. In summary, the story of the tortoise's cracked shell is not simply an explanation of why tortoises have pattern shells. It's a philosophical lesson about honesty, responsibility, justice, the value of community, and the proper use of language. It shows that Igbo folktales are more than entertainment. They are a means of preserving and teaching philosophical ideas. Please, next slide. The next folktale has to do with authority and leadership. You know, folktales also reflect on political and social authority. Stories involving kings, elders, and community leaders often explore legitimate power, abuse of authority, justice in governance, and accountability. For example, the tortoise as a false leader is another folktale. Please, how many minutes do I have so that I can give
Okay. I don't know how many minutes
okay, so
they might need, but
it's okay. So
like 5 minutes or so.
Okay, pardon me for myself. In summary, this particular folktale was talking about a tortoise. You know, in the forest, they had an elephant that was their leader, that was, you know, a leader that carried everybody along, you know, would give everybody space to discuss any issue, but the tortoise didn't like it. The tortoise felt that he was wiser than the elephant and wanted power by all means. So he went about spreading rumors, okay, that poisoned the minds of the other animals. Eventually, they now removed elephant and placed him there as their leader. As soon as he became the leader, he was only after his own interest. They built palace for him. He was enjoying the little things in the forest he would colonize for himself until eventually, you know, there was crisis in the forest. Resources became scarce until one day the head just woke up and then organized the animals together and told them the difference between the rulership of elephant and that of the tortoise, and then they now worked together, eventually got the tortoise removed from power. And then we're looking at the philosophical significance of that this thing. And one is leadership as a moral responsibility. Now, the folktale presents leadership as a duty to serve others rather than an opportunity for personal gain. The tortoise becomes leader through lies and manipulation instead of honesty and good character. His eventual failure shows that leadership acquired through deception cannot endure. According to Igbo philosophy, a good leader should possess the following qualities: wisdom, amamihe, truthfulness, eziokwu, justice, ikpe ziri ezi, service to the community, ọrụ obodo, and humility, which means umeala. Please, next slide. Now, because the tortoise lacks these virtues, his leadership fails. The story teaches that political authority should always promote the welfare of the people instead of serving the interests of the ruler. The story invites critical reflection on leadership, morality, justice, and community, making it a genuine philosophical resource. The next philosophical significance had to do with pride and the abuse of power. Okay? Now, one is that the tortoise believes he's wiser than everyone else and allows power to make him arrogant. Igbo philosophy emphasizes moderation, humility, and accountability. Human beings are expected to live responsibly before the community, the ancestors, the divinities, and God. Excessive pride disrupts social harmony and eventually brings negative consequences. The folktale therefore shows that intelligence without humility can become harmful. Please, the next slide. Another philosophical significance is that the story also has to do with community as the center of human life. The story also reflects the Igbo belief that human beings live within a community and should work together for the common good. The well-known proverb, Igwe, there is strength in unity, summarizes this idea. When the tortoise spreads lies, the animals become divided and the community weakens. When they later unite and cooperate, the forest recovers and peace returns. This demonstrates the Igbo understanding that individual success should never come at the expense of the community. The next slide. Then there are ethical lessons also. Now, the story raises important moral questions. What qualities make a good leader? Can intelligence be useful without good character? Can dishonesty produce lasting success? What responsibilities come with political authority? The answers provided by the folktale agree with Igbo ethical thought, which places greater value on character than on wealth, intelligence, or social status. This is captured in another famous Igbo proverb, Agwabo Mmadu. That means character is a person's true beauty. The story teaches that good character is the foundation of genuine leadership. The next slide. We also have political philosophy there that we can draw from that folktale. The folktale also reflects traditional Igbo political thought. Historically, many Igbo communities practice participatory governance rather than absolute kingship. Important decisions were usually made through consultation involving elders, titled men, women, age grades, and other members of the community. The tortoise represents the opposite kind of leadership. He concentrates power in his own hands, ignores the opinions of others, and governs only for personal benefit. His downfall demonstrates the Igbo belief that leaders must remain accountable to the people and should govern through consultation and consensus. Please, next slide. So we also have reflection on knowledge and wisdom. The tortoise is intelligent. He does not use his knowledge wisely. Igbo philosophy recognizes an important difference between cleverness, what we call agogo. You know, cleverness, a kind of, you are smart, you know, but you use your smartness just to promote your own interests. You use your smartness to cheat others. That was the character of the tortoise in that folk tale, okay? And then cleverness, which uses intelligence to deceive others, and wisdom, amamihe, which uses knowledge to promote justice, peace, and the common good. The folktale therefore teaches that true wisdom is measured by how knowledge benefits society, not by one's ability to manipulate others. Next slide. Relevance to contemporary society. The story encourages reflection on many modern issues, including political corruption, abuse of public office, ethical leadership, democratic accountability, responsible use of knowledge, community development, and good governance. The folktale reminds us that leaders who pursue personal interests through dishonesty eventually lose the confidence of the people. On the other hand, leaders who demonstrate integrity, humility, and commitment to the common good earn lasting respect and support. Next slide.
Dorothy.
I think let me end there. Let me invite my other colleague, Professor Ikechukwu Kanu, to take over and present his own part.
Shall we introduce?
Yeah, please introduce. Okay. Now, coming on is Professor Ikechukwu Anthony Kanu. Ikechukwu Anthony Kanu serves as a professor of African philosophy and religious traditions at Veritas University in Abuja, while also holding a visiting professorship at the University of America in Temecula, USA, as well as the University of Jos, Tansian University, and the Veritas University, Abuja. Okay, and the Austinian Institute. Currently, he is the provost of the College of Postgraduate Studies at Veritas University, Abuja. Professor Kanu is recognized as a fellow of both the Association of Professional Philosophers of Nigeria and the Nigerian Academy of Letters. He is the originator of Igwe philosophy, which he considers to be the fundamental principle underlying the thermodynamics of African philosophy, religion, and culture. Let me just mention a few of his publications. One is African Traditional Folktales as an Integrated Classroom. Another one is the Fundamentals of African Traditional Ethics. And then the other one is On the Sources of Igwe Philosophy, Towards a Sociocultural Foundation. May I invite Professor Kanu to present his paper. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Dorothy. And I'm supposed to be focusing on the contribution of Igbo folktales to specific areas of philosophy, precisely ethics, socio-political philosophy, and metaphysics. And I'm happy that while following the presentation that you made, it captures the fundamentals of what my presentation should be about. And but I'd like to begin with the relevance of Akuko Ifo to the development of Igbo philosophy of justice and moral order. And you told the story of the Akuko Ifo regarding the tortoise. One of the most enduring philosophical themes in Akuko Ifo, that is Igbo folktales, is the idea that the universe is governed by a moral order in which justice ultimately prevails. And these narratives in Akuko Ifo present more than entertaining stories. They function as ethical reflections that teach consequences of human actions and reinforce communal values. The idea of communal values is very fundamental. And through the different symbolic characters, because the characters are not real, the supernatural interventions and memorable plots, Akuko Ifo communicates the belief that moral conduct determines a person's destiny. So the underlying philosophical assumption is that every action has consequences. Wrongdoing inevitably attracts punishment, and virtuous behavior ultimately receives recognition and reward. And this is very clear in the Akuko Ifo that you presented about Mbe na Omonnono, that is the tortoise and the birds. It teaches that greed, deception, and selfishness ultimately lead to suffering and disgrace. It also reflects the belief that every action has consequences and that dishonest behavior cannot escape punishment, as you have already outlined. Philosophically, it reinforces the Igbo belief that moral conduct determines one's destiny and that justice ultimately prevails. It also reflects the philosophical assumption that the universe is morally ordered and that individuals are accountable for their actions. You also pointed out to the socio-political implications of Akuko Ifo, which shows that Igbo social and political philosophy is grounded in the understanding that the human person exists fundamentally in relationship with others. You made reference to Ibuanyidanda, which reflects the socio-political culture of the Igbo people. Not just the socio-political culture, it also reflects Igbo anthropology, understanding of personhood, which also relates to metaphysics. So personhood is therefore not an isolated or purely individual reality. It is realized within the community. So this relational conception of personhood is preserved and transmitted through Akuko Ifo, that is Igbo folktales, which serve as important vehicles for social formation. A popular Igbo folktale with socio-political significance is the folktale referred to as Aziza, the broom. And this popular Igbo folktale tells of a father who gave each of his children a single broomstick to break. They all broke the individual sticks with ease. He then tied many broomsticks together into one bundle and asked them to break it. None of them succeeded. The father explained that while individuals are weak when isolated, they become strong when united. The tale also reflects the Igbo belief that communal survival depends on collective effort. It reinforces the proverb which you presented, Igwe, Buike, there is strength in number, demonstrating that personhood is realized through participation in the community. It drives home the lessons that cooperation brings strength. Unity protects the community from external threats, and every member contributes to the welfare of the whole. There is also a strong metaphysical dimension when it comes to Igbo folktales. And a central feature of Igbo worldview is the belief that reality extends beyond the material world to include an invisible spiritual realm. Because you talked about the tortoise going into the spiritual world. He went beyond the physical realm. And that is what Akuko Ifo, at the level of metaphysics, communicates. That the world goes beyond the physical realm to include the metaphysical, that which is beyond the physical. So rather than existing as separate domains, that is the physical and the metaphysical, the visible and the invisible, they are understood to be interconnected with continuous interaction between the human person, the ancestors, the spirits, the deities, and other supernatural forces that are basic constituents of the Igbo world. So Igbo folktales serve as important vehicles for transmitting these beliefs, portraying supernatural beings not as distant or abstract entities, but as active participants in human affairs. When I listen to your presentation, it captures these dimensions of ethics, socio-political philosophy, and metaphysics. And one thing that kept going across my mind is, which I would like to end with, is that while these folk tales tell the story of how Igbo philosophy is sourced, they also speak of how the Igbo philosopher is made. They are not necessarily made in the classroom. They are made through the informal and the ordinary, which transforms them into the extraordinary and the informal. Thank you, Prof.
I'll be, wait a minute. We want to take our conclusion. Yeah, to the PowerPoint.
Is the right slide, or do we need another one?
The conclusion. Go to the conclusion. Okay. So in concluding our paper, I want to say that examining Akuko Ifo, Igbo tales as narratives about the nature of reality, proves that these stories are not just inherited folklore of a pre-literate past. Instead, they form the intellectual foundation of how the Igbo people understand existence. By shifting our academic lens from simple literary enjoyment to deep philosophical analysis, this paper demonstrates that Igbo language and its storytelling traditions serve as a legitimate and highly sophisticated framework for philosophy. Our analysis of moral order shows that ethics in Igbo thought are built into the very fabric of reality rather than being a list of external rules imposed on people. Next. In the famous tale of tortoise, his shattered shell is a physical consequence of his moral failure. When an individual acts out of greed or malice, they are not just breaking a social law, they are tearing their connection to the universe. This spiritual rupture inevitably leads to their own downfall and a loss of personal integrity. Justice is inevitable cosmic self-correction. Similarly, examining stories about leadership reveals a profound political philosophy. The narrative of the deceitful plots of the tortoise as a false leader set a strict standard for power. True power is tied directly to serving the community. In Igbo worldview, leadership is only legitimate if it protects and strengthens the network of the extended family, umunna. The moment a leader puts personal gain over the public good, they lose the moral right to rule, stripping the authority of any real meaning or power. The discussion surrounding personhood indicates that personhood is not just a biological fact we are born with. Instead, it's actually a status we earn by developing our character or agwa. Please, let's go to the next slide. Ultimately, Akuko Ifo functions as a primary philosophical text. It offers a native method of interpretation through which the Igbo people explain reality, cause and effect, and moral duty. These stories are not dead historical relics. They are a vibrant, evolving, and essential map for navigating life's complexities today. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you very much for your presentation, both of you, Dorothy and Professor Kanu. Nice to see you again. We have some time for questions and comments. The floor is open.
Okay, should we move it?
Falk.
Hmm.
Also,
Yeah.
we need the mic.
Okay.
Thanks very much for these first presentations. I think they are very interesting, and I really liked this very comprehensive sort of exegesis of that folktale, or the ones you told us about, which shows the richness in it in all sorts of interlinking ways. I think that's very insightful. And you know, you made a very good job of showing how, as you said, the ontological element interweaves with all the teachings contained in that, you know, the educational element, the ethical one, community, socialization, even the political statements. And it shows very well how it's just one system in a way. And given you said explicitly that you see the folk tales as ontological narratives and that they are about the nature of reality, that made me think about my own interest in the relationship between the teachings and ontological statements or explanations, such as how the tortoise acquired that cracked shell. Because yes, the cracked shell is at the center of all the of everything that happens, but then that still leaves the question of, okay, how do we deal with the shell itself? You know, can we consider, for example, that this is actually how the shell came to be, right? Are the teachings a result of that, or is the shell simply used as a metaphor for that? I think that is a very important question that we need to address. Is the shell a metaphor, or does the story really claim that this is how the shell came to be and that this is the reason why the teachings are also so significant?
Yeah, it's a metaphor because it was intended to demonstrate that actions have consequences, that the patterning of the tortoise's shell is as a result of his selfishness. And nobody is telling you that it actually happened. Like I said, those folktales are meant for character development. They are meant for socialization, so that those stories are told from one generation to another. And every generation keeps telling it in order to teach their young generation that it is good to, to love others. It is good not to be greedy, because the birds, you can also ask me whether the birds plucking off the feathers actually happen. Those are things that were used as illustration in order to communicate the message. Yes.
Professor Kanu, would you like to add something?
Yes, just like in the Confessions of Augustine of Hippo, he made reference to what happens at the theater. And we come to the theater, we listen to artists, we watch what they do, and then we weep. Sometimes we laugh, even though what is being dramatized is not the reality, it's not what has happened. But what causes these emotions, the lessons being communicated. Just as Professor Dorothy has said, Akuko Ifo is not what has actually happened, but is the African way of communicating values through stories. that are created from the ingenuity of the African people. The person telling the story and the person who is told, they are all aware that these are not real stories. They are all aware that the tortoise did not come about. They know that that is not how the tortoise had the cracked shell. But what is being taken and what is most important on the table is the lesson that is being conveyed. That is actually the emphasis when such stories are being told, not necessarily if they are true or not true. The emphasis is on the lesson. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. Maybe just a small comment from my side, and then I would like to take the privilege to ask my own question. But then, if I understood Falk's question right, then it is maybe not correct to talk about the ontological side, to take it as an ontological aspect. Because if it is just a metaphor, where is the ontology? But yeah, I leave it open here. I would like to ask another question, a question which might be needed or which I could maybe also address to the following presentations. And that's why I would like to put it here now at the beginning of our colloquium. Namely, both of you, you spoke about Igbo philosophy in the singular. So is there just only one Igbo philosophy? Is there anonymity in the Igbo community, or is philosophy not rather something with many voices about topics which are contested? Does philosophy not need the controversy about topics? So I put into question, is there one single Igbo philosophy? And the second question, which is maybe related to it, are the fairy tales which you presented already philosophy, or is the reflection about these fairy tales philosophy? Does philosophy only start with the reflection about the fairy tales? And that's why I also would like to ask you, Dorothy, you said in your conclusion the fairy tales are a primary philosophical text. So what exactly do you mean with primary philosophical text? But all questions are, of course, addressed to both speakers.
Yeah, let me begin from the last question. I said they are a source of philosophy. They provide raw data, cultural data for philosophical reflection. They are not philosophy in themselves, but they provide the cultural data, the raw materials for, stimulating, for triggering critical reflection, systematic analysis, and conceptual evaluation. That's my answer to that. They are not philosophy in themselves. Then the other aspect you're talking about, whether we have just one Igbo philosophy, the worldview we have presented captures the worldview of the Igbos of southeastern Nigeria. That's the worldview. I mean, it doesn't differ from any Igbo community to another. If there are, the variances, if there are differences, they may be minor. But basically, what we have presented constitute the worldview of Igbo, the Igbo of southeastern Nigeria. My colleague may have something to say to that.
Mm-hmm. Professor Kanu, would you like to add?
Yes. Just to add to what Professor Dorothy has said, there is a sense in which we can speak of Western philosophy, and a sense we can speak of also Western philosophies. When Professor Dorothy talks about Igbo philosophy, or when we talked about Igbo philosophy in our paper, we are not focusing on the different perspectives that might come from the differences you find among the people of Eastern Nigeria. In spite of the differences, we have a worldview. And this worldview captures the unity of our perspectives, bringing or weaving our differences into one perspective. And what we have presented is is at the heart of the worldview of the Igbo people. And whatever you hear outside of that are only perspectives to the general perspective, which is domiciled in what we have presented in our philosophy.
Yeah, thank you so much. We have time for another question. Abusede, please.
Yes, thank you, professors, for the brilliant presentations. So I would like to ask, as you also rightly mentioned during the presentation, that it's not that philosophers have not been considering folktales as being philosophical. It's really recognized already, especially in ethnophilosophy. But as you also said, ethnophilosophy has been really contested as true philosophy, as being truly philosophical. So I would like to ask, and we know that in ethnophilosophy, it's not only folktales, we also have some other elements of the oral traditions that are considered to be philosophical, for example, proverbs and songs and so many other elements. So I would like to ask that in Igbo societies, are those also traditionally before Placid Temples wrote his Bantu philosophy, before the debate started, before the discourse in academic philosophy, were those other elements, proverbs, songs, also considered to contain philosophy or to contain wisdom? Maybe not called philosophy in traditional societies, maybe called wisdom or some other things, and that is compatible with what we call philosophy, even if we consider the etymology of the word philosophy, that is the love of wisdom. So maybe we look at wisdom in our traditional societies and not necessarily looking for the word philosophy. So they consider those other elements to contain philosophy or wisdom too. Sorry. And my second question, if I'm permitted to ask, okay, I'm not allowed to.
You know, what you call ethno-philosophy constituted the wisdom of the people. Okay? We may not call it philosophy, but from what I have said, they provided the raw data that you could use for philosophical reflection. And that is why we call them sources of philosophy. Proverbs had to do with wise sayings of the elders, transmitted also from one generation to another. Another generation may add its own. But basically, they were used to communicate some levels of knowledge. Okay? Every situation had a proverb corresponding to it. Okay? And even songs, even poems, okay? And these folk tales that we're talking about, those things were repositories of the wisdom of the people, explaining their reality. That's why I started by saying that philosophy in the traditional culture is not to be found in textbooks or university classrooms. They were found or embodied in those stories. And those stories contain both folktale, proverbs, songs, and so on and so forth.
Thank you, Dorothy. Professor Kanu, would you like to add something?
Yes, just to add to what Professor Dorothy has said, even when we make reference to ethnophilosophy, those who hold the perspective on ethnophilosophy are not saying that African proverbs and all that songs are philosophies. That is not the position. But the position is, just as Professor Dorothy has said, that philosophy is extracted from these. And so the fact that we are bringing these into the conversation does not mean that the folktales are now philosophies. They are not philosophies, but they are sources of philosophies, just as Professor Dorothy has said.
Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah, let's give a round of applause for our speakers. I know. I can see that there are still 2 more questions online, but unfortunately our timetable is very strict. We have to come to our next speaker, but I would like to invite the two people who want to ask a question to write down their question, and we will come back to these questions when we have time, yeah? Thank you so much for your understanding. Okay, our next speaker now is Professor Maduabuchi Frank Dukor. He is one of the foremost African philosophers, scholars of metaphysics, humanism, and African thought, and one of the distinguished voices shaping 21st African philosophy. He holds a PhD in philosophy from the University of Nigeria, Nsukka, and a Master of Philosophy from the University of Lagos, and a BA in Philosophy from the University of Ibadan, and a postgraduate diploma in journalism from Lagos. He is currently Professor of Philosophy in the Department of Philosophy at Nnamdi Azikiwe University, Nigeria, and he has had multiple visiting positions in different universities in Africa. Let me just mention two of his last publications. In 2025, he published a dictionary of African philosophy. I think something what we should buy for our center. And he published the book African Discourse, Humanities, Literature, and Public Sphere in 2020. Professor Dukor will now speak on ontology of the spoken word, power, ethics, and truth in Igbo speech. Professor Dukor, the floor is yours.
Thank you for having me. The chief host, the hosts, distinguished scholars in Africa. Are they hearing me? Yes. Distinguished scholars from all parts of the world and in Africa. My colleagues in Nigeria, I pay my due respect to the organizer, Professor Oluwagbemi-Jacob. But permit me to clear the coast on the current issue generated by immediate last discussions. And that issue is the issue of African philosophy. We are in the age in which the question of African philosophy has been settled. African philosophy is part of the global philosophy. And in global philosophy, the methodology includes reflection and critical analysis. This, I believe, and I believe most of you also believe in it, is the bedrock of philosophy. With regard to raw materials like proverbs, folktales, and so on, philosophy's duty is to perform its second-order analysis. What the Africans from my school of thought is currently doing is to do reflections and analysis on all these fabrics, cultural fabrics in Africa for philosophical needs. So in Igbo philosophy, we are doing Igbo philosophy proper. It is not ethno nor ethnic, because we are guided by the proper methodology of philosophical learning and analysis. It is part of the global philosophy which have been ranging on from Aristotle through the Renaissance, through the Socratic, Aristotelian period, through the Renaissance, through the modernity. We are now in the contemporary period. And contemporary philosophy is contemporary philosophy. It applies to West, to the West, to the East, and to Africa. On that note, I will now move to the topic, the power, truth, ethics of spoken word in Igbo philosophy. In Igbo philosophy, the spoken word is called Okwu. What we're going to do here is neither ethnic nor ethno. It is the usual methodology of philosophy that we're going to use to apply. And that is why whether you are talking from African perspective or Eastern or Western perspective, what we are doing is philosophy. And that is the universal nature of philosophy. The debate has come and gone, and it has been settled. Luckily enough, I participated in the concluding part of that debate, even though I was not part of the mainstream. But it is now settled that philosophy is applicable to Africa. That has to do with reflection, logic, analysis. Anything in philosophy without critical reflection and analysis, that will be short of what is called philosophy. Now, Okwu is going to be taken up in my own section. And this Okwu is more or less an ontological concept, metaphysical concept. Incidentally, in Igbo philosophy, there's no difference between ontology and metaphysics. African philosophy is metaphysically dense, and beyond that is ontological. Hence, I'm examining Okwu as an ontological concept in Igbo philosophy. And it has its own other subsidiary concepts that go with it as an ontological concept, as a metaphysical concept. Okwu, word or speech, is the ontological vehicle of knowing the known and unknown. At this point, the power and the creative nature of Okwu goes beyond the phenomena, and most likely, probably, 90% go beyond the phenomena into the noumena. And I'm sorry to say that this has something to do with Kantian metaphysics for the correctness of it. When Kant postulated that noumena cannot be penetrated, here in African ontology, in which we are locating Okwu, the word, the noumena can be penetrated. So permit me to say now that in dwelling upon or doing a conversation on Okwu, let me just say a few strategic keywords. These keywords that will enable us to follow in this discourse include, well, Igbo philosophy has come in, outspoken word itself, Okwu. Ontology, Okwu, is derived and etymologically and ontologically from Okwu. That means the truth being said. Okwu means the truth. Then, in Igbo philosophy, and let me use the opportunity to make a decisive assertion, because when we talk of Igbo, we don't mean this and that. We're talking of philosophy. It's just like discussing Western philosophy, and you are talking about Aristotle, Socrates, Wittgenstein, Bertrand Russell. Well, all these were cultural products, just as Duko is also a cultural product. I'm talking in connection to Ofo. Ofo is a spiritual staff, physical, material entity. Ofo is a sacred entity. And so, as long as it enables spoken word through an agency, which I call sage philosophy. I am borrowing Henry Oderuka of Kenya, concept of sage philosophy. Sorry, I talk about Igbo, I talk of Africa because Igbo is an African society. Hence, the sage, or in the sage philosophy, Ofo is very, very important. And that's a spiritual stuff, material thing, consecrated, spiritual, that enables the utterance of spoken word. It is here noted as one of the speaking word. Then, of course, you have Agwa, the moral character, the conduct and personality, and that has to do with ethics. Then, again, there is a framework which I have canvassed in my various books and papers. And this framework has to do with African, Black African generally, for trying to understand African philosophy, African ontology, African metaphysics, etc., etc. That framework is theistic panpsychic animism. And theistic panpsychic animism correctly captures the ontology we're talking about, both in Africa and in Igbo. Hence, I am bringing it here as one of the keywords. Now, an entry into this discourse is better captured. This discourse about Okwu is better captured through the famous Achebe's sentence in the Things Fall Apart. By the way, I want to enlighten the audience that Things Fall Apart remains and will remain an authentic Igbo philosophy. If anybody wants to understand Igbo philosophy, which we are talking about, he's better referred to the Things Fall Apart. Well, as the argument cropped up over the fabrics, raw materials of African philosophy, Achebe may be dwelling on the raw materials and the fabric of African Igbo philosophy. So it is contemporary African philosophy I've mentioned before. It is the job of contemporary African philosophy to now do further work on Achebe. But where am I going to? I am saying that in Achebe, the concept of Okwu is well captured, animated, and elevated. And what is that words of Achebe? That the proverb is the oil with which food is eaten. Proverb is couched in words, and now it is the oil with which food is eaten in the conversations that go on in African tradition, in Igbo traditional philosophy. This is drawn from Things Fall Apart. So this will take us into the proper analysis of Okwu in a philosophical setting, not in ethnic or ethnic philosophical setting. We are doing philosophy proper by taking up the issue of the power, truth, ethics of spoken word in Igbo philosophy. And that spoken word is Okwu. Yes, why spoken word Okwu is Igbo? In Igbo is the ontological reality of force that drives Igbo African cosmology. Its ontology is the reality of all that is known and unknown. Ontology is definable as the spiritual reality of everything, including the spiritual stuff, soul, time, matter, quantum field of consciousness, and mind, habit the multidimensional existence of the Igbo world, which is necessary and sufficient condition for the creative power of spoken word in Igbo world of space, time, and matter. What I have captured here is that Okwu is a vehicle into realities. It's an ontological vehicle, metaphysical vehicle into reality. And what are these realities? Time, space, spirit, matter, quantum physics, quantum consciousness. And it is at this point that Igbo philosophy will disagree with Kantian ontology or metaphysics, even though Kant does not believe in metaphysics. That with the vehicle Okwu, a lot could be known. It is possible to move into the realm of from known to the unknown. The issue of mind is completely Western. And so in discussing African Igbo philosophy, the soul and the spirit are interchangeable and they could easily be swapped with mind. And that's to tell you that while my mind is a scientific concept, the soul and spirit represent that ontology through which Okwu, spoken word, permeates the known and the unknown. Hence, in Igbo philosophy, qua philosophy, ontology exists, ethics exist, logical analysis and critical reflection take place. Now it's time for me now to move on onto the theoretical framework. And that theoretical framework is more or less ontological framework. That theoretical ontological framework is theistic panpsychic analysis, which demonstrates that the spoken word derives its creative efficacy from Chukwu. The concept of the Almighty God is ever present in Igbo ontology, to be precise, because in Igbo philosophy, God is the source of everything. The name is Chukwu. Well, dialectics may differ, and hence the pronunciation may differ in Igbo, but it remains the same. So, theistic panpsychism is the theoretical framework, the ontology, through which the spoken word derives its creative efficacy from Chukwu, the supreme being, whose divine presence permeates the universe. Consequently, spoken utterances possess performative and transformative capacities manifested in blessings, prayers, rituals, divination, healing, covenant making, and communal governance. When an Igbo sage sits down in the court of public opinion, in the market square, as Chinua Achebe will call it, he will be guided by the spoken word, taking proper recognition of its creative power as derived from God, the supreme being. He now applies that through speech in making blessings, prayers, rituals, divinations, healing, and communal governance. Hence, what will follow, if time permits, and I must mention, is that in discussing spoken word, we are going to also discuss, to as much as possible, the areas to which they are applicable, the spoken word. Now, this includes, as I have mentioned, usage of offer, and I also have to mention the kola nut, breaking of kola nut. Kola nut is the Igbo philosophy form or method of prayers. Kola nut is breaking of kola nut. Kola nut is an Igbo philosophical prayer to the gods and to God, and even to man. And that is where theistic humanism comes in. I canvassed in my papers and my books the concept of theistic humanism of African philosophy. Here, we are now talking about spoken words in the context of not only world philosophical heritage, we're also talking of spoken word in Igbo philosophy in the context of theistic humanism of African philosophy. So among other keywords include omume. For those non-Igbo speakers, omume is ethics, character-wise. Agwa is another concept related to omume, and it has to do with conduct. So in the enunciation of blessings, enunciation of all kinds of powers, what the guiding principle remains is the ethical conduct, the ethical foundation. So no power is exhibited in an abusive manner. Having said much, the much I can on the keywords. Now, theistic, panpsychic, and mystic philosophy of Igbo philosophy, Igbo African philosophy, comes into play. And it comes into play being an ontology in an ontological way. Ontology, in this context, now refers to the spiritual reality of existence in Igbo philosophy, including spirit, time, matter, consciousness, mind. When I talk of mind, it should usually be in quotes. Because like I said before, the mind equivalent in Igbo philosophy should be soul or spirit. Okwu enables these conceptual realities, enables the conceptual realities to go into the multidimensional world. So if in the physical science, they were talking of man visitation through this and that, through the space, into the space with aircraft, this and that, Okwu permeates all those galaxies, could permeate those galaxies. That's what I mean by the multidimensional in the spiritual world. What is not immediately physically seen can be seen spiritually through the spoken words. The spoken words mediate between human beings, nature, ancestors, divinities, and Chukwu. The human nature here is what people call Owa. The ancestors, depending on the dialect, some will call it Nani, Nani, Ndichie. And then divinities are the gods. There are different gods in Igbo land. At the final stage of this paper, we're going to talk briefly about creation of deities using the spoken words. So ontestic, panpsychic, animistic ontology, which is the driving ontology of Igbo philosophy, ontology. Here, the universe is fundamentally theistic because all existence derives from Chukwu, the supreme God. Second, reality is panpsychic because consciousness permeates every level of existence, even the trees, even the rocks, even the seas have lives in them. And that is the origin of panpsychism in Igbo ontology. Thirdly, reality is animistic because the visible world continually interacts with invisible spiritual agencies. Yes, the question of ethno-philosophy in the use of animism as disparagingly used by the colonizers is not applicable here. The study of animism in African philosophy is to understand the soul and the physical of the African world. Philosophy is now going to do an analysis of it. So contemporary philosophy will still employ panpsychism, animism, and then of course theism. And that is the origin of theistic panpsychic ontology of Igbo. Hence I repeat, reality is animistic because visible world continually interacts with invisible spiritual agencies. Matter is therefore neither inert nor self-sufficient for participation in the interconnected web of spiritual reality, causality. Within the ontological framework, spoken words function as ontological energies that activate relationship among persons, ancestors, divinities, nature, and God. Speech is those simultaneously symbolic, spiritual, ethical, and cosmic. It could be seen easily now that spoken word is a vehicle of communication, vehicle of permeating fiercely into the unknown, vehicle of order and peace in the world. as pronounced by the sage Igbo philosophers. Spoken word through the Ofo, the spiritual man, or the material entity, consecrated, spiritualized to perform that function, is only an aid to the spoken word or the sacred speech. Hence, spoken word is jealously guarded by any sage. A sage must have to be well initiated in Igbo philosophy, either in practice or in spiritual thinking for the good of the individuals and the community. The Ofo goes up and comes down in the hand, and as it goes up and comes down, the force behind it takes control. And the force in taking control guides the sage, the speaker, to be mindful of truth and the ethics, guiding the usage of Ofo. Through Okwu, the words, the spoken words. Hence, Okwu is an ontological concept. According to Oluwagbemi, the Igbo word for truth is ezi. Ezi could be interpreted variously, but all the same. It means corrected, ordered, positive, rectified, and genuine and upright. Ezi could also be literally be taken as the root, but if it is the root, then it's the root to the truth or to correctness. Ezi is employed to qualify Okwu. We're not going into the ontology and the etymological definition of Okwu. I mean, etymologically speaking, this is what it is. Then, ontologically speaking, this has to do with truth, which in Igbo word or statement is a generation of compound word, ezioku, correct speech, and that's where it becomes sacred. Another good scholar, C.D.Z., still talk about ezioku, truth, unqualified, ontologically unqualified, divine, is used to represent utterances that are true, while ontological or material truths are represented as being ezi-okwu. Now, this calls for difference between ontological and material truths. But that is possible in the Western philosophy. In African philosophy, there is more or less no difference, because every truth, whether material or not, is ontological. It has this divine substance. It has divine origin. The source, ultimately, is God, but then mediated by the gods in Igbo land, in the southeastern region, parts in the south, the Igbo people, where they are. And recently, they're also in the Caribbean, in Burkina Faso, and so on. The identification of truth as an utterance that lacks inner contradiction may fall into the coherence theory of truth in the Western philosophy. Not only the coherence theory of truth, meaning that truth coheres with reality ontologically. Truth is also pragmatic materially for the well-being and the existence of man. Okwu is the vehicle, major vehicle of this truth. Okwu is the major vehicle of this truth. Hence, there are phrases, phraseologies in Igbo philosophy that dwell on these phrases, sentences, and so on, of truth, from ontology, metaphysics, to the material truths. Examples include Onye eziokwu means he's a truthful person. Duko is Onye eziokwu. Duko is a truthful person. And that is this all shows that if Duko is a truthful person, he's representing the gods and God. And that is the theistic, panpsychic, and the mystic underlining in Igbo of Okwu in Igbo ontology. Another good example is what actually happened. What happened? What actually happened?
Professor Dokua,
yes.
Sorry for interruption, but you have 2 minutes left. We want to have some minutes for discussion.
It's all right. Now, that 2 minutes, let me just juggle the rest. Ofo has been discussed, then the breaking of kola nuts. In kola nut, prayers are said. So kola nut is a sacred food through which prayers are said to mediate between humanity, the gods, and God. There are conditionalities for maintaining both the sacredness of the spiritual maze, as well as breaking of kola. In divination practice is done through spoken word. So both the sage or the diviner must be upright in order to accrue the spoken word that emanates from God. And through divination, prophecies are made through sacred utterances. Okwu, which I have emphasized, is sacred. And the sacredness of Okwu in Igbo ontology cannot be de-emphasized. From breaking of kola and the spiritual staff comes the blessings, the curses, through the moral agency, which in Igbo philosophy can be called the sage, as a term borrowed from Professor Henry Dere Oruka. Well, I would have time permits, I would have read a poem titled The Muse of Truth Oracle by a sage in African philosophy. And I will read the first stanza. He is who carry the weight of old age, the expectation of gray hair, and beauty of wisdom. Conclusion. He is a servant of God, a prodigy, long hands, tall fingers and tails, and runaway mouth. Handsome, abnormal, feature and physique, like Socrates, Sophocles, Aristotle, and the rest. Spoken word is used for the consecration and creation of deities. Object is carved and words are spoken unto the objects. And hence, the emergence of many gods in Igbo land. In religion, spoken word remains the symbol of communication with the ancestors in Igbo sage philosophy. In speech and in the spoken word, it can be sometimes uncompromising, because when the sage is speaking to the gods, he's expecting the gods to answer in affirmative. Are you sure? Example is also given, like, are you good if it is not for nothing that we have uttered you in the midway, son, but because of sickness, to exchange your life for the life of the sickness of the person that is sick. You could hear the stanza of this poetic passage of an Igbo sage speaking to the gods for the healing of the sick in Igbo philosophy. In summary, Okwu, spoken word in Igbo ontology, is the vehicle through which we know the known and the unknown. Igbo philosophy, in Igbo philosophy, Ezioku means emphasis on Okwu, the truth, which has divine substance and divine origin. It's used in breaking of kola nut. It's used in offer, the spiritual mace, like the bishops and the pope use. It's used in curses and blessing. It's used in religious worship for communication between man, the dead, and the gods. Thank you very much for having me.
Thank you so much, Professor Duport. Yeah, we have very few, but some minutes left for questions and comments. So Abed, please, and then Abusede. And whoever would like to ask a question, please raise your electronic hand or type it into the chat.
Hello, thank you very much for your presentation. I have a question about the time and space. So I would like to know, so to ask you to elaborate more on the nature of time and space in the form of philosophy that you are talking about. So if, so more precisely, if there is only one realm of spatio-temporal order where the material world and also spiritual are both included, or we have a division between the material and the spiritual in the temporal and spatial order. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Thank you, distinguished colleague. In Igbo philosophy, I want to hinge this answer to the main discourse, the subject of the main discourse, Okwu. Okwu concept, spoken word concept, is ontologically dense, powerful, and creative. And because it is so, it permeates beyond the physical into the spiritual realm. In other words, the physical and spiritual realm exist in Igbo philosophy. When we talk about Igbo philosophy worldview, we talk about spiritual and temporal reality. Spiritual and temporal reality. Temporal reality is the physical. The spiritual reality is beyond the temporality. The speaking word permeates not only the material, but also, the temporal, but also the spiritual, the ontological realm. But hence, we talk about space and time. Let me just interject to say that going by studies that I have read, space and time in Igbo philosophy are reversible. You might want to hear this, it might delight you to hear this. Reversible in the sense that through incantation, spoken words, you will see beyond the physical and possibly make amendment where there is abnormality. This has to do with healing using spoken words. If somebody, for instance, according to the book I read, was injured through spoken word through remote control. That injury could, before it constitutes other collateral damages, could be reversed, yet through the spoken word. And what does that mean? It means the space and time could be reversed. And that is what I meant by the multidimensional ontological function of spoken word, Okwu, the height of its sacredness. And furthermore, the question calls not only for truth in the spiritual space and time, but beyond that. And that's where I, in my works, theistic, scientific paradigm of African philosophy, I caricatured Immanuel Kant, who says that that reason cannot go beyond the noumena. My distinguished colleagues, in Igbo sage philosophy, in Igbo philosophy, I still emphasize it's neither ethnic nor ethno, because that is contemporary philosophy. In contemporary philosophy, we don't talk about ethnic and ethno anymore. That's the stage in which we are. Coming to Kant, it's a lie from Igbo philosophy perspective through the vehicle of the spoken word. Reason can permeate beyond the noumena. Beyond the noumena is the realm of the spirits, the gods, and ultimately God. An African sage, in quote, native doctor, religious man, in whatever form, and so on. Does this function, the genuine one, in quote again, through spoken word, and through spoken word, he knows reality, unlike Kantian epistemology. So, space and time in Igbo philosophy can be delved into, can be known and reversed. Ezra Basile, the author just came into my mind. He's the author. He's late. And he gave various demonstrations. However, the summary is that the native doctor, the sage, can permeate the ontological universe and find the truth and answer to any sickness. So unlike Western philosophy of the Kantian type that says the noumena cannot be penetrated, here, space and time, an event that occurred in space and time could be reversed, and that will result to the correctness, is the truth, is the Okwu truth, reverseness, coming back to the truth, through Okwu. The falsehood is discovered, or is called falsehood. Okwu is called truth. When there is falsehood in this spatial temporal realm, it could be reversed in the spatial temporal realm. And it will only take the creative power of spoken word, Okwu, to do the reversal. Thank you very much.
Answering this question, unfortunately, time for more questions is up. We have to come to the next speaker. Our next speaker is, according to our program, Professor Ike Odimegwu. First of all, I have to make sure if Professor Ike can hear us.
Prof. Bonne prof.
He's online.
Yeah.
But he's muted.
Professor Ike, can you hear us? Can you unmute?
Okay.
Yes, we can hear you.
Hello?
Can you hear?
Yes, can you hear me?
Oh, this is Gerard Eze.
Yeah, it's part of it.
Yes, I am actually transmitting through two sources. One, Gerald Eze, and the screen that will be shared through Martha Egenti.
Okay.
Is that okay?
Okay. Yeah, okay, yeah, wonderful.
Yes, the moderator. You can share now. Martha can share now.
Is that okay? Thank you.
Yeah.
Yes, it is okay. So let me introduce. So our next speaker is Professor Ike Odimegwu. He is Professor of Philosophy at the Department of Philosophy, Nnamdi Azikiwe University, Nigeria. He obtained his degrees from Pontifical Urban University and the University of Nigeria, and he is specialized in African metaphysical anthropology, dialogues, social and political philosophy, and his research interests also include human personhood, identity, African and social existence, and transcoloniality and migration. Professor Odimegwu published very many articles and books. By the way, not only academic papers and books, he also published poems. But let me mention from his books only a very few, namely he published Integrative Personhood, then Perspectives on African Communalism and Philosophical Foundations of Politics. Professor Ike Odimegwu has been a visiting professor at different African universities, and he also was a fellow of our research center here in Hildesheim last year. He is the founding president and I think also still active president of the African Philosophy Society, a very important institution for African philosophies. Professor Odimegwu will present now under a paper under the title Ilu na Atumatu, Proverbs and Idioms as Primary Vehicles of Philosophical Thought. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Let me begin by thanking the director, Anke Granis, and Oluwagbemi-Jacob for organizing this and inviting me to participate in this colloquium. I am grateful to the Center for Advanced Studies, Philosophizing in a Globalized World, for organizing these events that promote global philosophies. I've been invited to talk on Ilu and Atumatu as primary vehicles of philosophic thought. And looking at that title, I considered that there are two ways that could do that. One is what seems to be more common, develop a conceptual or theoretical discourse to prove and establish that Ilu and Atumatu are primary vehicles of philosophic thought. The other is to do what Barnabas Chukudum Okolo advised some 40 years ago, the debate as to the existence or not of African philosophy has had its day and gone. What remains now is to do it. And so, to demonstrate that proverbs, I'll be concentrating on proverbs, are veritable instruments of philosophic thought. I have chosen a topic that is very common and central in African social philosophy. Individuality and communality, which is prior. What will be projected will be in English, but this is Igbo philosophy colloquium. And one of the issues in African philosophy is the question of language. It's good that Anke had addressed that, adverted to that when she was making her opening remarks. Why would most of the philosophies that we do be done in the English language? Globalization could be the globalization of one culture, but it could also be reconceptualized to become the global marketplace where every culture brings its cultural product for exchange. And that is what we are here today. So I will be presenting with my team dialogue, a conversation, a contestation, or a drama on Ilu, using Ilu to discuss the priority of individuality or communality. And this will be done in Igbo. So the title, I switch now to Igbo. Don dokeredo dike na dioha maka onwe onye na mmekọ ọha. Ihe a bụ ihe anyị ya ekwu maka ya taa. Kịta anyị ebidone ọkwa ọja. Muda Queen, yeah. Ifitedio, Queen, yeah. Esidio, Queen, yeah. Ihe dio hamo, kwezuono, yeah. Ndị be anyị ekele mụ. Agaghị m akọwabara unu ihe anyị jiri gbakọọ na mụmụdị ọha taa. Nke mbụ, tinyere obodobo karịa nke uru. Nke abụọ, ịgbatime ọgba egwu anaghị ajụ ihe na-akpọ ya ma ọ bụ ihe kpatara o ji akpọ ya. Ụda ịgba na-egosi njirimara otu ịgba na ozi ịgba. Maka na Igbo kwuru okwu sị na ife onye na-eme ka ekwe na-akụ, ya bụ onye si eme ka ekwe si akpọ ya. Ọja, ekwe, ịgba bụ ngwa egwu ndị Igbo eji akpọ odogwu. Ya bụ odogwu batazie n'ọgbọ, otu Igbo bịa n'ike. Ọra na ya eri. Anyị na-eme emume odogwu ihu na-abụ. Amamihe a ekechiri na ngwugwu ilu Igbo na-egosibe. Igbo si na abụghị na-eso ya. Otu Igbo ahụ sịkwa onye na-edu ya. Afa m, onye edu m, ọ bụ onye nso m. Ụbọchị a mụrụ dike na mba ka a mụrụ kpọ ya na mba ọzọ. Dike dị na mba sahara mba aka, dike dị na mba anara ya n'aka. Maka na aka ka aka gbajie aka, ọ bụrụ oke dike. Isi na isi ha okwu ọnụ. Bibe anyị, ụmụdị ọha agbakọọla ka anyị tụbuo odogwu anyị ugwu. Ka anyị kwanyere odogwu anyị ugwu ma tụbie ugo. Ọdụm ụmụdị ọha, ọdụm ebele, nwoke a gbara mgba wee mee ihe dị mkpa niile nọ n'ebele. Odogwu a na-akpọ okwu na ọgba osisi papa n'anya. Odogwu gbara mmụọ mgba, gba mmadụ mgba tụrụ ugolọta. Dike meriri dike kwuru dike wee bụrụ oke dike. Ụmụdị ọha ekele m unu. Ụmụdị ọha dike.
Nwa m, ịkpọrọ ihe ewu na-eri. Uri ọnwụ ogburu egbe ga-etopụ oke ọkụ.
Ka m jụkwa ọnụ, ọdụm a na-ezo agwa ya ezo?
Mbanụ,
Agwa na-aka n'nwa na wege.
o ji o nwere osisi ọ na-ebunatara isi n'ọhịa.
Ọ na-abụ nwoke rụcha ọrụ, o ruzie mposi oriri, ọfọnye aka ya na mkpata ụkwụ ya. Ọrọzi nwa na-akwọcha aka ya, usoro ndị ọ gara mee gịnị?
Ozuru mee ugo, ndị be anyị akwanye ya.
Ike, can you hear us? Seems that the connection stopped.
Yes, disconnected.
It seems that they are disconnected. We try to re-establish the connection. Sorry for the interruption.
Oh, they didn't say that they were.
Hi, sorry for interrupting you. You have been disconnected for a moment. So could you maybe indicate on which slide you are at the moment? Unfortunately, we cannot hear you.
Can you hear us?
Yeah, can you see me
now you are back.
I'm up
Yes,
now,
you are
right?
back.
Okay, thank you. All right, thank you.
Okay, we were
Thank
muted.
Yeah, and disconnected for a moment. So just please continue.
N'obiligwe bịabutere anyị ụzọ ndị mbụ na ndị egede anyị enweela ọjị na ndị anụ ọgụ na mmụọ ka anụ anụ n'ala ndị mmadụ ike aka tụọ amamihe otito maka eziokwu eke orie afọ nkwọ ụbọchị ahịa anọ ụbọchị anọ wetara anyị aga n'ihu ikuku si olu n'Igbo kụdara anyị ihe akụ akụ ihe nwe nwe ọ bụ ohi ọ bụ ọfọ ọ chịrịla ụzọ ụbọchị a ka isi n'ọnụ ọdọgwu anyị onye anyị ji maka anyị gbakọọ
Ike.
ebe anyị ekele ụlọ
Ejere m ọgụ n'ala mmụọ gụrụ ọgụ wee lọta. Ọgba mgba abụghị ama egwu ụmụaka. Ọ bụ ihu aka. Kwughị m mgbe onye ahụ. Di mgba dị ka dike ọgụ. Anaghị ejikọ aka were aba n'ọgba mgba. Dịka ugo oke nnụnụ ọ na-efesa. Ugo anaghị anọkata jebe ṅụta nku n'akụ. Osisi anaghị aṅụta ike. Ma ya bụkwa osimiri enweghị ike ịṅụta ike n'aka ije tutu onube n'oke osimiri. Dị n'ọba eze ji maka nwe ya. Ọgba mgba bụ ihu ọgụ ọtụrụgbọgbọ. Nnụnụ isi na-akaghị aka anaghị eje ọgụ ọtụrụgbọgbọ. Afọ m butere m ụzọ azọ ije. Egwu anaghị atụ afọ wee buru ụzọ. Ụmụ dị ọha ekele m unu.
Ude dike eze agụ anaghị efu n'ọhịa ma anụ daa. Ọja ka eji eto dike. Oke dike omeri ọgụ. Maka nwata kwọchaa aka ogerebe egwu ndị mmụọ. Nwata kwọchaa aka usoro ọgaranya rinye nri. Ndị bara ọrụ na ya eri. Ọba ji nwata ji gbara eze ji. Onye ji nwa ọkụkọ biko mee ya chọrọ chọrọ ka isi odogwu duru ugo. nwa m nwoke ike nzọụkwụ gị na-ada ka nke dike. Ọ nna gị mụrụ gị, mana ka m jụọ gị, mgbe ogbu akwụ na-arị enu akwụ, anyị ma na ụkwụ ya na-ebu ya, mana o kwesịrị ikele sọsọ ụkwụ ya?
Nna dị ọha, ama m na osisi ghara gị bụ okpo mma agha ibu akpa. Ogbu akwụ abụghị agbọghọ obiọma, ọ bụ ụkwụ buru ya ruo n'elu. Ụkwụ
o nweghị onye na-agbaga ma ụkwụ kwesịkwara otito, mana nkwụ ahụ ogbu akwụrịrị ọ bụ ụkwụ kụrụ ya?
nwaanyị nwere ngwa ahịa ya wee na-ekesa ndị arịrịọ niile ọ hụrụ n'ụzọ ahịa, ọ ga-apụtakwuru ya dịka onye arịrịọ otu ụbọchị. Ogbu akwụ ka bụ ogbu akwụ, maka na nwaanyị ha bụ obi akọ mma, mma ya arụ.
Eziokwu ka ị kwuru, tiji bụ tiji, mana onye kụziri ogbu akwụ ụzọ nkwụ siri ike na nke dị nro, nke o nwere ike ịkwachapụta? N'ubu onye ka ọkwụ aja zọdoro ụkwụ wee kwụọ aja?
Odogwu ọ bụghị onye akwụkwọ na
ike nwa m, ọ bụrụgodị ugo, ọ na-esikwana n'akwụ efeli. Osisi na-anya isi na isi ya na-emetụ eluigwe, ọ na-echefukwana na mgbọrọgwụ ya dị n'ime ala.
ndị be anyị sikwanụ nọ na-abụ akwụcha ọnụ nwata ajụ ebe o si eri nri.
Nwatakịrị si na nne ya na-arahụ ụra mgbe ya na-eto n'afọ, mara na ọ ka nọ n'ụra n'afọ nne ya.
Mmadụ ndị na-abụ nwatakịrị na o butere n'ọhịa, ugo kwesịrị isi dike.
Ite na-etu ọnụ n'ọya nwe ofe, ọ jụkwara onye fụnyere ọkụ ghere ofe. Ugo mmeri ya, onye ga-etube ya dike?
A na-akpọ nwaanyị nwunye anyị nwunye anyị. Ndị be anyị si na mgbe chi jiri amara onye bụ di ya, isi na-ebu ogidi na-ebu ogidi.
Mana eze na-anaghị anụ ndụmọdụ na-ebukwa nsị na akwa apụ ahịa. Chetakwa na onye lie onwe ya, ọ hapụ ofu aka ya n'elu ili.
Nkịta na-ege isi niile ọ nụrụ n'akụkụ ọhịa agaghị erute ala mmụọ isi ozi eziri ya, ma ma etere ụgba ma etere ogiri. Sọọsọ dị mgba ga-aba n'ọgba mgba ma ekwe mgbada. Ọ bụghị isi ụzọ okwu ka ọjị meghere, o meghere kwara akpa uche.
Ọkpara dị ọha, afụrụ m ihe ahụ ị na-afụ. Ka anyị ghara ịkụ mgbanugwu ji eji, maka na eme mgbanugwu ji eji etukwuru a na-ebupụta ọdụ ya. Ka anyị mara kene dike na dioha, onye bụ ụzọ dike ka ihe ikwu?
Nna dioha, nna m ukwu, anaghị ekede ewu n'ọbụ wee na-achọ ya n'ime ọhịa. Gịnị mere nwoke jiri bụrụ nwoke? Afụ dị mkpa, ndị be anyị si afụ ogologo imi ya. Ụmụ dị ọha bụ obodo dike. Ihe onye na-eme ka eji anaghị ụtọ. A na-achọ ụkwa n'osisi ụkpaka. Ọ bụ onye gbuo agụ, ọzaba ogbu agụ. Ozi ikwu bụ na mmadụ ole ka ebu kwerere ya. Azụ juru n'ime mmiri, ọ bụ onye ga n'ugbo ya, azụ eju ya. Ọkwa n'ala ugbo sara mbara, mmadụ ole bụ eze chi wee sara mbara maka mkpụrụ niile. Mkpụrụ ole
Dịrị dịka ugo. Eze onye ọkara obi. Dike anaghị aṅụta nku. Ya bụ ugo. Maka na ugo bụ dike. Ọ naghị aṅụta nku. Ọdụm anaghị aṅụta mbọ. Maka na ọ dike ka ọ bụ. Oke ọkpa anaghị aṅụta ọnụ. Maka dimkpa na-aga ihe o ji eme iri a na-eso ya. Dimgba anaghị aṅụta ike aka ma ọ bụ ụghana. Ụzọ makwa na onye wara ya. Mmiri ma onye kwara ya ụzọ. Ọkụkọ anaghị echefu onye kpọrọ ya ọdụ n'udu mmiri. Ya ka anyị na-ekwu n'obodo ma odogwu obodo.
Ụmụ dị ọha makwanụ dike ya. Dike ụmụ dị ọha ekele gị. Ụmụ dị ọha na-akwado ichefu gị mana ụzọ o nwere ike ịwụ onwe ya ma ọ bụ sụcha onwe ya.
Obejiri anaghịkwa na-anata ilo ike were asọpụ ya. Ọ bụrụ na mmiri ribe nwata, dike na-amanye na mmiri zọpụta nwata ahụ. Onye ụjọ na-akwụrụ n'ose na-agbakọ ebili mmiri. Mgbe m batara n'ọgba mgba, o nwere onye mkpọrọ banye? Onye nyere m ubu ya? Onye ka mụ na ya dịrị ihe ụfụ mgbe akwara mụ na-agba katarata? Ugo na-efesọ ya. Ọdụm na-agbasọ ya. Mụnwa bụ dike na-agbasọ ya. Osisi niile bụrụ ọjị. Onye ga-abụzi oke osisi? Ọgba mgba niile bụrụ ndị mgba. Onye ga-eturu ugo? Ọ bụ oke osisi nyere ọhịa afa. Aka ka aka na-echedo obodo. Ọ bụ dike. Ọdụm ụmụ dị ọha.
Nwa nwoke, ogwe aka gị jupụtara n'ike. Ekwere m ekwe. Ilu ụwa kwara ire gị ọgọdọ. O ji ịsụrụ n'ala mere ka ala na-ama jijiji. Ọ bụ na adị ikuku, ọ na-ama na dike zọrọ ụkwụ na ikekwe ọgba mgba na ọgba mgba na-abanye sọsọ ya n'ọgba. Ikekwe ugo na-efe sọsọ ya. Ikekwe ọjị enweghị osisi ya na ya na-ama aka n'ọhịa. Mana ka anyị chekene na-etu a ike si elu unu bụ ụmụ okorobịa aka, etu ahụ ka okwu si atọ anyị bụ ndị okenye ụtọ. Ya bụ odogwu ụmụ dị ọha. Odogwu ụmụ dị ọha, ị ga-enwe ndidi itiwakwuru m mkpụrụ akị ole ma ole fọdụrụ n'akpa m?
Ịbani sịkwa na nwata jụrụ ịnụ ajụjụ dịkwanụ ka ujiji jụrụ ịnụ ndụmọdụ. Nna m gaba n'ihu, ntị m ghe oghe.
Dịka ụmụ dị ọha ekele gị. Amamihe na-abịa nwalebe ndidi ndị na-eto eto, maka na amamihe esi ogologo njem buru ahụmihe agbụrụ gara aga. Ịma osimiri dị jụụ na-adị eribe onye obi ọkụ. Ọjị na-atọkarị ụtọ ma a na-atị ya nwayọọ nwayọọ. Nka eyinye n'anyị bụ ndị okenye ndidi dịka akwa. Ka anyị jee ije nwayọọ nwayọọ dịka ije okenye. Mmadụ nwere ike ịkpọ onwe ya odogwu. ka onye ọzọ ọ ga-ebu ụzọ nwalegodi ya wee kpọzie ya odogwu.
Ndị be anyị esekwanụ na di mkpa ma bụrụkwa di mgba ma aka mgba ya. Mmeri anaghị achọ onye akaebe.
Anya ọ na-afụ onwe ya ka ọ na-akpọ ndị ọzọ ka ha mara ka o si acha.
Anya bụ maka ịhụ ihe ndị ọzọ, ọ bụghị maka inene onwe ya.
Ya bụ na ihe ndị ọzọ kwesịrị ịnọgodo ebe ahụ ka anya wee rụzuo ọrụ ya. Ọ bụrụ na enweghị ntị nụrụ ịgba, egwu ọ ga-amalite.
Anyanwụ na-achara onwe ya. Nna m ma ụmụ mmadụ amụ anya ma ha na-arahụ ụra.
Ee, anyị mara anyanwụ na-achara onwe ya n'ezie, mana onye na-akpụ ya ihe ma ọ bụrụ na enweghị anya? Kedu ka ị ga-esi mara ụdị ịgba ma ọ bụrụ na o nweghị onye kpọrọ ya?
Ngwere sikwelu n'elu ọjị daa wee sị na ọ bụrụ na enweghị onye toro ya na ọ ga-eto onwe ya.
Ọ ya mere na ngwere ji ya na-enwe ike idebe isi ya jụụ. Amụ na-atọ ụtọ, mana amụ ofu onye na-ere ezi ure. Nwatakịrị o ji aka ya bụ onwe ya afọ, ozuo na-eli onwe ya.
Nna m mkpekwukwara nọ na o kpebiri ịgbanwe afa ya maka na ọ fụrụ na afọ abara ya mgbe ọ bụ nwata bụ ihe na-egbochi agamnihu ya.
Aka ma dịkwa ọcha wee were ọnụ ya zụọ onwe ya, ejiri na ọnụ ya ma onwe ya ikpe. Ụkpana na-ere na n'ọkụ si na ya na-aha mmanụ.
Nwunye m, ikwu ole ka ichie? Aka mmadụ dị mfe, ma ajọ ịnaghị aka n'ọgbọ ịfụ na aka bụ ibu. Nwa m nwoke, otu aka o nwere ike ịkụ aka so onwe ya?
Dike achọghị onye akaebe iji ma na ya bụ dike.
Gịnị buteziri gị n'ama okwu ndị ọha taa? Gịnị mere iji kpọka ndị okenye n'obodo? Gịnị ka a na-etiri ịgba? Ọ bụrụ na ugo mmeri bụ sọ nke gị, gịnị mere ị ga-eji chere ka anyị bụ onye ya etinye gị bụ ugo n'isi?
Maka na obodo ma onye ukwu, obodo anaghị eme onye ukwu.
Nwoke, ịrụtụla aka na dọndọkịrịdọ tọrọ nna gị afa na ihe abara afa onye tọrọ. Ama m na ihe ha asị m na afa na-eso onye nwe ya, ma chetakwa na afa na-edukwa onye nwe ya. Anyị gbakọrọ taa itubeghi ugo oke dike maka ike aka mgba gị, mana nna gị nga ọ na-adị iburu ụzọ baa gị dike mgbe a mụrụ gị. Kedụzi nke bụ ụzọ, ọ afa gị ka ọ ike gị?
Ọ bụghị onye ọbụla a kpọrọ dike na-aghọkwanụ dike.
Eziokwu ka ị kwuru. Anaghị m agọnaghị gị ike gị nke m ji agọnaghị gị mmeri gị, ma ọ bụ ịgọnaghịkwu gị obi ike gị. Mana zakene m, mgbe ọ ga-adị ma enweghị ndị mgba? Ndị mgbe ọ ga-adị ma enweghị mmadụ? Onye na-eme ọgaranya ọ ga-emenwu ọgaranya ma ọ fụghị ndị ọ na-emere ọgaranya?
Nna m, ajụjụ gị ugbu a ọ na-anyịzikwa n'arụ karịa ihe azịza nwere ike ibu.
Nwa nwoke, uche na ha abata, ọ na-abata n'oge n'oge maka na uche bụ akpa. Onye koro nke ya, ọ dị ya ka ọ maka wee ruo mgbe ọ pụtara n'ọgbụ ekokọrịa. Ajụjụ dị ka ọjị, otu ọgwụ ọjị na-ejikọ n'ime ya ebu na mfụ obodo jiri biri. Ịwa otu ọjị ọfụma, ọ na-enyeju ọtụtụ ndị mmadụ afọ.
Ụzọ ụgbọ adịghị nso maka na ọtụtụ ụkwụ gara ya. Gịnị mere iji ezomi ihe n'ime ọchịchịrị nna m?
Onye na-asọ ụzọ mmiri maka na ọ gbara ngọrịngọ, onye aha ya kwe erute n'akụkụ mmiri oyi ejikute mmiri ọṅụṅụ.
Ya bụ anyị ga-ekwurịrị okwu n'ilu.
Ntị nke jụrụ ilu na-azụtakwa amamihe n'ọnụ ahịa mwute.
Ya bụ anyị enweghị ike ịga n'okporo ụzọ kwụ ọtọ ruo ebe anyị na-aga mee ka ọ dị ngwa ngwa.
Ụzọ ndụ n'onwe ya abụghị ekelesi, maka na ọ bụghị obodo unu. Gwa m, ị na-ekwu okwu taa ka ị si ekwu mgbe bụ mmadụ?
Nna m, ọ bụrụ na m na-ekwu etu ahụ, ị ga-echetara m na ogologo abụghị na mmadụ etoola. Mana gwa m, nna m, anyị ga-ekwurịrị okwu n'ilu.
Ọ bụrụ na anyị nwere ike, anyị ga-ezere ilu, mana anyị a ga-abụzikwanụ ndị anyị bụ? Ma cherekwa dike, ọ dị ka ị gbapụrụla ọtụtụ mkpọ na nzọụkwụ dịka dike bụ. Ọ bụghị ka anyị bido na mbido? Gịnị bụ ilu?
Nna m, ị na-ajụ dike gịnị bụ ilu? Ilu bụ ụzọ ndị Igbo si achọ okwu mma, ma bụrụkwa ụzọ eji ezochi ihe okwu pụtara.
Nwa m, ilu abụghị ụzọ eji achọ okwu mma. O nwere ike ọ bụrụ na ihe ị na-ekwu maka ya bụ ihe dị ka akpa ala okwu dịsị ka atụmatụ na ndị ọzọ. Ọ bụghị ilu. Ilu enweghịkwa ebumnobi izochi ihe okwu pụtara. Ịnụgo na onye atụchara ilu kọwara ya n'ego ejiri nụ ya nra n'iyi.
Gịnị mere a ga-eji zoo ihe okwu pụtara n'ilu?
Anaghị ezo ha n'ilu. Ọdịdị na ihe ọ pụtara na-ezochi onwe ha ezochi. Sọsọ ndị maara ihe na-aghọta ha. Ilu bụ ngwaọrụ ndị na-eche echiche ji aghọta ihe ọdịdị pụtara. Ha bụ ngwaọrụ anya iru ala na ịhụpụta wee kọwaa ihe ọdịdị pụtara.
Ana m achọpụtakwa na ụfọdụ ngwaọrụ na-emekwasị ka ọrụ sie ike karịa.
O nwere ike ịdị etu a, mana onye ji nkata jebe ikute mmiri gosiri na ọ ka bụ na nwatakịrị. Ịnụgo na ilu bụ mmanụ ndị Igbo ji eri okwu.
Mana anụkwara m na oke mmanụ na-emebi ofe onugbu.
Ọnọdụ anyị agbagokwanụ mma. Dike, ị sorola ndị okenye n'iji ilu ama mbem.
Ọ bụrụgodị sọsọ ka m were dọpụta onwe m n'ilu ọzọ iji abịa.
Mba nwa m, nke a dị ka aghụghọ okwu ka ị na-achọ ịgbazi ihe a. Ijiri ya bụ ilu wee mịpụ n'ọnọdụ mgbagwoju anya efuru onwe gị. Ilu na ndụ dị ka mmiri na osimiri. Ị gaghị abanye n'osimiri ma na-asị na ọ tụrụ gị n'anya na mmiri dere gị ahụ. Ị ka na-ahụ ilu dị ka ihe eji achọ okwu mma.
Afụrụ m na ọ na-enye aka n'ịkpagharị ụgbọ n'ọnọdụ mgbagwoju anya. Ọzọkwa, mana afụkwara m na ọ na-enyere ndị okenye aka izere ịkụwa aka oyibo nzube na ịka ikpe.
Dike isiri n'ume nkịta. Nwatakịrị ahụ na-anya isi na ọ gaghị ahapụ ikwu ihe dị ka ha dị. O o chefuru na ihe ọ na-ekwu ụsụsọ ihe ọ na-afụ na ihe ọma. Ọ na-echefukwa na etemaka dị n'etiti anya na ọnụ ya abụghị ihe mberede nke o ji abụ ihe mmehie.
Mana o were anya na mmadụ nkịtị na-ekwu okwu n'ụzọ doro anya, mana onye nke ilu na-ezo n'ilu mee ka ndị na-ege ntị nwee mgbagwoju anya.
Etu anyị isi lee ya anya, enwekwara ike ile ya anya etu ahụ, mana lekene ya etu a. Onye nke ilu na-eji otu ilu gwa mmadụ dị iche iche ihe dị iche iche, onye ọbụla ekere one nghọta ya ruru. Ya mere ejikwa atụ ilu na-asị atụọrọ ọmara ọmara, atụrụ mfede ofere isi n'ọhịa. Ọkụ okwu nwere ahụmahụ na-eji ilu akọwa ihe dị iche iche ma dozie ọtụtụ esemokwu. A na-edozi okwu ndị dị omimi ngwa ngwa ma ọ bụrụ na ewere ilu karịa ma ewere asụsụ nkịtị.
Nna m mkpụrụ akị agbaba n'ichere ya, nwuriom atụaba n'akwa ya. Ọ dịkwa ntị n'ozikarịa ole ọnụ ga-azanwu.
Ọ ka ọ dị nwa m. Mgbe nwatakịrị mụtara ilu, o bido kpughere ozi ikuku ji maka ndụ mmadụ.
Ọ gịnị mere na mmadụ enweghị ike ịmụta ozi ahụ ozugbo site n'ige ntị n'ikuku?
Maka na nwambe kwuru na ọ gaghị echere ka ihe mee ya tupu ọ mụta akọ na ike nkwụcha. Ilu na-achịkọta ahụmịhe nke ndị nna nna anyị ha ma na-egosipụta ha dịka ihe ọmụmụ na-adịghị agwụ agwụ maka nkụzi nke ndị niile chọrọ ịmụta ihe.
Ihe a bụkwa nsogbu ọzọ dị n'ilu. Ebe osimiri na-eho na-akwụsịghị akwụsị, ilu na-ejide anyị n'otu ebe jikpa anyị ahụ. Ihe anyị na-afụ kịta dị iche n'ihe ndị nna nna anyị hapụrụ. Ndụ anyị dịkwa n'iche n'iche.
Mba, ịghọtaghịrị nke a nwa m. Ilu anaghị egbochi anyị imegharị ahụ. Ilu dị ka anyanwụ. Ọ bụ ezie na anyanwụ si ebe ọ nọ na-achawapụta, ma onye ọbụla si n'obi ya na-afụ ya bụ anyanwụ. Onyinyo ọ na-enye dabere isi n'ebe onye ọbụla nọ na otu onye ọbụla siri nọrọ. Ilu dị ka ụda ịgba. Onye na-akụ ịgba na-akụ otu ụda, onye ọbụla na-anụ ya bụ ụda dịka onye ọbụ na dịka o siri nọrọ.
Nna m, ya bụ na ị kwetala na onye ọbụla si n'obi ya na-afụ anyanwụ na-anụkwa ụdị ịgba dị ka ọ dị n'ọdịdị ya nakwa ka ọnọdụ ya si dị.
Nwa nwoke, mkpa ịkwụ chịm dịkwara na onye na-asọ ngọ ma ọ bụ onye akwụkwụ. Ọ bụ adapụghị bụ ize ndụ. Obi onye ọbụla dịrị ya. Ndị be anyị mara ahịa bụ ahịa, mana nne na nwaanyị na-azụ ya. Obodo dị ka ahịa, sọsọ onye ara na-agba aka na-abịa na ya bụ ahịa. O nweghị ihe ọ na-ere, o nweghị ihe ọ na-azụ.
Ya bụ na obi onye ọbụla bụ ụzọ tupu ahịa obodo.
Okoro si na ya bụ nna ya ụzọ mụta nwa nwoke. Ọ bụ ihe na ọ na-atụ uche ma ya nwere onwe ya ọ bụkwa nwoke. Ọ bụrụ na ọ na-amụ eze onye mụ ya.
Mana okwu azịza bụkwa nkekọta ọtụtụ mkpirisi azịza.
Ọ bụ o mere. Mana akwa ọkụkọ ahụ nwa uriom si na ya pụta bụkwa nnekwu ọkụkọ yiri ya.
Nna m,
Ọ bụ ụdị ọnọdụ a ka m jiri si na ilu na-enye ndị okenye ebe ịgbaba itere okwu a na-asọ anya. Ndị okenye na-ekwu na onye ndidi na-erikwa n'azụ ugbo. Ofu ndị okenye ahụ na-ekwukwa na eme ngwa ngwa emeghara ọdachi. Nke a dị ka ibunye nwata nnu hapụ ya mmiri.
E nwekwara ọtụtụ ihe ndị ọzọ ndị okenye na-ekwu iji kụzi nkụzi. Ihe a na-atọ ụtọ, mana ihe na-atọ ụtọ na-egbu egbu. Onye rikarịa, o bukarịa ya. Ọhịa nwa wara fụ anụ, ọhịa ahụ ka ihu na-amụ ya nọ. Ọ fụrụ afụfụ chaa ọfụma na ọkpọkịrị aja na-anya mkpa. Ilu ndị a na-eme ka anyị ghọta mkpa ịkpachapụ anya, imere ihe n'oge, na nghọta n'ịchụso ihe ụwa dị. Ọ bụ ezie na ilu bụ ozuru ụwa ọnụ, ma na-adịkwa ọkpụtọrọkpụ n'ihe ha pụtara. Ma onye ọbụla kwesịrị iji amamihe na-aghọta ma na-etinyekwa ha n'ọrụ. Ọ bụ ya mere otu n'ime ilu a na-atụkarịcha jiri bụrụ nke ntụbụrụ mbụ. Atụrụ ọmara, ọmara, atụrụ ofeke, ofenye isi n'ọhịa.
I'm very sorry, but we would like to ask you to stop your performance at this moment, because we would like to give the chance to ask at least a little or a very few questions. Is this okay for you?
Sorry, would you come again?
I just said, I'm very sorry to interrupt your wonderful performance, but I think we have to stop at this point so that we can still ask some questions before we have to come to the next speaker. Is this okay for you? You are running out of time.
Yeah, still the performance.
Can we ask for just 5 minutes to round this up?
Actually, you are taking from our break time already, but yes, please continue.
Okay. Let's just take the very last, which will conclude the. We can go to second to the last slide. Continue till you get. Now, just go back one. So we are just wrapping up right away. Thank you.
Nam, ana m efochana nnukwu osisi nwere ike togide mmetụ eluigwe aka, mana oke ọhịa chịdoro ya. Otu isi bụ okpueze, mana ọtụtụ ugwu bụ ibu kwadoro isi ahụ. Dike kwuru ihe ọgụ, mana ọ bụ site na nkwado ndị agha ya.
Osisi chere eluigwe ihu chefuo ala, chefuru mgbọrọgwụ ya. Osisi chefuru mgbọrọgwụ ya na-eme onwe ya nkụ ejisi nri. Osisi chefuru ọhịa ya gbachebere onwe ya ikuku. Osisi kwụrụ sọsọ ya, akwa ụmụ nnụnụ ga-agbaji alaka ya.
Ana m efokịta na ọ dị ka mgbe osisi chefuru mgbọrọgwụ ya, na-afụ sọsọ alaka na akwụkwọ ya. Adị m ka mkpụrụ osisi na-anya isi maka ụtọ ya, ma na-echefu na nri ya sitere na mgbọrọgwụ na alaka na akwụkwọ osisi.
Oke ọhịa anaghị enwere oke osisi anya ụfụ. Oke osisi ahụ bụ nke oke ọhịa. Osimiri nwere ike ọ naghị eburu afọ isi mmiri ya na-aga, ma ọ bụrụ na isi mmiri taa, osimiri ata ghọrọ ikpo aja. Ọnwa nyere anyasị ife, mana ọnwa so n'ụmụ eluigwe.
Ndị nna m na ndị nwe m, abịara m na mbụ n'afụke n'elu na ike m bụ sọsọ nke m, ma kịta afụgo m n'oke osisi mbụ bụ n'ọhịa toro tupu amụọ m. Osimiri nzọnyere ụkwụ na-ehu tupu amụọ m. Ụzọ m jere ije na-echeta puku ụkwụ ndị gagoro ije na ya, wee mee ka ọ dịrị m larịị. Ike
So that's we've summarized the presentation or the performance, the contest between Dike and Dioha on the primacy of individuality and communality in human existence. And that performance actually took 3 steps. The first step was the radical individualism of Dike, where he tried to establish his ontological autonomy and atomistic view of success, countered by the communal ontological priority antithesis of Dioha, where the myth of the self-made man is deconstructed and epistemic and social dependency established. This led to the third and final stage, the relational synthesis established by the metaphor of the forest and the synthesized reality. This is a show that one can completely, effectively, and comprehensively do philosophy using Igbo proverbs. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you so much. We are very much impressed by this fantastic and impressive performance, which showed at least 3 things. Namely, that it is very good to include young people into this performance. Thank you so much to also include your students here in this performance. It showed that philosophy is a practice. And it also showed that philosophizing or doing philosophy can be a lot of fun. So thank you a lot. Thanks a lot for this wonderful performance. And I can already assure you now that we as GloPhi are very much interested in publishing your text in Igbo and in English in our blog, Polyglot. Yeah, but let us at least take 5 minutes or so before we have a small break for questions or comments from the audience.
Well,
well,
yeah. Very quick one.
Wait.
A very quick comment. Coming back to the earlier question of, the distinction between the folktales as sources and then the philosophy being the reflection on that. Looking at these or hearing these wonderful proverbs, and I take the opportunity to thank you very much for this wonderful performance. I just wanted to say that it occurs to me that the proverbs are themselves already philosophy. And the reflections, the discussions on them also, it's both. That's what I see there. It's a wonderful dialogue between the 2 levels of philosophizing in a way. The reflections are in the proverbs already. There's reflections on those reflections. Then the proverbs are used again to make those reflections. It's great. It's a great dialogue. It's a great interaction. And it's It's also very cultural at the same time, very embedded in the place, in the community, and I was very inspired by that.
Do we have time? Steve?
Thank you so much. Abed, please. Yes.
Let him come.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, okay. Thank you very much also from my side. And I also would like to repeat what my colleague Professor Granes said, that we are very interested to have the text to publish it on our website. I think it would be really, really interesting. So I have a short question about the performance itself. So have you been, the performers, have you been reading the text, or you have it just in your memory? It's out of memory that you are reading. The first question. The second question, where is the place where such a performance is normally taking place? Yeah, thank you.
You don't mute.
You have to unmute.
Perhaps. Oh, sorry. Yeah, Ike has to.
I'm sorry, we cannot hear you at the moment.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, please.
Thank you very much. So do I respond immediately?
Yes, please.
Okay, thank you. The first observation, let me answer from the second one. This performance is taking place in Ichoku Academy. Ichoku Academy is an Igbo cultural musical art center here in Oka, where Nnamdi Azikiwe University is established. The founder and director of that center is the person who was blowing the Oja, Gerald Eze. Okay, the person whose phone we are using to connect to you. It is equipped for performances like this, zeroing into culture, not just for entertainment, but for deep reflection. And so back to the first question, yeah, we set up the stage here in such a way that every performer is looking at the screen behind the camera. Because I got this document or text ready just about 48 hours ago. And so even though the team is established, and if they had up to a week, then they wouldn't need to look anywhere. Learning. That was quite challenging. And so we didn't want to take the risk of anyone forgetting his or her lines. I don't know if that addresses the question, Abed.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks a lot again. It was wonderful. It was fantastic. And as I said, we would really love to publish the Igbo and English text on our blog, Polyglot. We will take now at least 5 minutes break till the next speaker will have his contribution. So 5 minutes break. Thank you.
Okay.
Das ist ja gut, das habe ich einschätzen. Die bis 20 Euro ist immer, aber das ist 20 Euro. Das ist ja doof. Das ist doof, weil sie einen Personalmangel eben. Na gut, okay.
Okay.
Yes, please.
So far, so good. Welcome back. We have entered the second session of our colloquium. And the person to present to us the next paper is Reverend Father Professor Francis O.C. Njoku. He holds a diploma in legal studies from Honors School of Jurisprudence, Oxford University, United Kingdom. MA Theology from Duquesne University, Pittsburgh, USA, and B.Phil, M.Phil, and D.Phil from the Pontifical Gregorian University, Rome, Italy. He's a professor of philosophy and jurisprudence at the University of Nigeria, Nsukka. Father Njoku was Dean, Clerician Institute of Philosophy, Nekede, Owerri, affiliate of the University of Port Harcourt, Rivers State. Head of Department of Philosophy, University of Nigeria, Nsukka, 2010 to 2012. Associate Dean of Faculty of the Social Sciences, UNN, 2018 to 2020, and a researcher and visiting scholar professor at the Pearson Institute, University of Chicago, USA, in 2022, where he co-taught African political theory with Professor James A. Robinson. The British-American political scientist, economist, and winner with Daron Acemoglu and Simon Johnson of the 2024 Nobel Prize for Economics. He's a member of Oxford Society and fellow of Philosophers Association of Nigeria. He has over 75 publications. May I hereby invite Professor Njoku to present his paper titled Ibuanyidanda, the Praxis of Solidarity, Communalism, and Shared Burdens. Professor, take over. Thank you.
Ich glaube, das ist der Francis da oben. Nee, also du bist bei hier. Ja.
Ja.
Father Francis.
Du bist gerade wieder reingekommen.
Can you hear me? Trouble. Hello?
Hello?
I can hear you clearly.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. As is announced, the topic is Ibuanyidanda, and I want to discuss that within the context of understanding of the Igbo African cosmology. Begin from the point, Aristotle's metaphysics begin by saying that all men desire to know. And I say that to know this or that begins from a situated experience. So to understand Ibuanyidanda, whether as a idiomatic expression, a social expression, one needs to understand certain features of the environment that uses it. And that will lead us to look at the Igbo's environment of occurrence and see how to understand Ibuanyidanda. First of all, that expression is made up of three words. Ibu means load, or you can call it category or relational tasks, works, action, engagements, and everything, And Ndanda means ants. Ants. Anye, means not heavy. So it means that you can say, if together, no load is heavy. Or literally, no load is heavy on ants. And to understand that expression, one needs to understand why reference is made to ants. Remember, ants are social animals. And it is significant to understand what social animals are. Social animals are not just animals that flock together, like gregarious animals. Social animals are, as Aristotle says, do things together. The bond in the good, the bad, and the just. And it is in that bonding that they connect as a family, as a community, or as a state, And that is what significantly distinguishes human social animals from all other social animals, like wolves, beings, So what specifically distinguishes human beings as rational beings is in that burden, is making judgment about what is good, what is bad, and what is just. Now, within the cosmological understanding of Ibuanyidanda, there is need, I say, to understand the cosmological environments. And there are certain features I will refer to. Look at the Chi principle. Achebe, the Igbo novelist, once said that you cannot understand an Igbo reality, Igbo African reality, without understanding the concept of Chi. Now, whatever you understand about Chi simply can mean destiny, the Lord someone has received from his God, something like that. It is also a principle of identity. No two persons have the same Chi. People have Chi singly, independently, and that defines them, even within that egalitarian structures. Now, within the existential plane, Chi transmutes into another principle called Eke. Eke can also mean Lord Yahweh. It comes from the Igbo verb to create, Ike. So it can also be power, Ike, something like that. Now, when you pull these things together, Eke becomes that principle that transforms its holder within the existential plane. In fact, when Eke transmutes, or when you have the two principles, Chi and Eke, actually you can begin to talk about the compatibilistic tension, the tension between determinism, which Eke represents, which Chi represents, and freedom, which Eke represents in that say. In fact, one of the names of God in Igbo is Chineke. Just a little bit of that. Now, the person I've tried to describe as Anatutu, why would you discover? Because the Igbo universe is such where order mixes with disorder. The person as an existential gatherer within his environment of occurrence gathers or brings together gathering materials for survival, because sometimes what you see is not exactly what you get. Within that combination of order and disorder, you must use your practical intelligence or practical reasonableness to discern what you want to use at each time in order to survive. That is why the person within this cosmos you can call Anatotu, the person, Onyanatotu, the person who gathers existential materials for his own survival. There's also a way the world, the Igbo person conceives the world, the world has so many colors. It has so many colors. People say that if you want to understand the masquerade, you must dance along with it. So the world is a kaleidoscope of colors. You don't stay in one place to understand it. So you have to keep moving. There is need then to move. Again, if you look at the levels of Igbo existence, the way the Igbo structure reality, you have the abstract, you have the spiritual, the material. There are two others you have to add, because the Igbo person knows that he can't understand everything. There are certain things that do not add up. You have to factor in the anomalous. You don't know where to classify it. And absurd things sometimes do not add up. We are saying that to see why people cling on this life of Ibuanyidanda, given the structure of the person. The person himself is ontologically needs other things. What you have, I don't have. What you have, I don't. What I have, you don't have. So there's a need to bond together as social animals in order to bear the burden of existence. And in gathering the materials of existence, you don't have all the answers. So when people bond together, communities link, then the burdens of existence will be, managed very well. There is another thing that that can operate the Igbo psychic. The Igbo man will say that ihe foru to agwụla. That is, if something remains one, it is finished already. Now, how do you add up that? You need to understand how the Igbo psychic operates. You see, when you have one, you don't have existential backup. There's something that is said, if you are going to the pit toilet, or what we call latrine, you need to have 2 sticks so that after whatever you do there, you can use the sticks and clean yourself. But if you go with 1 stick and accidentally one falls inside, you have risked your chances. Sometimes you see an Igbo person with a child, or when people begin, they don't marry another one, he will look at you and share with you. But to understand, when he begins to think about that fight with one, when you have one earth to navigate something, you are challenging your God and everything. So the understanding of that one, it makes him to be very, very uncomfortable. So with friends and relatives and children, there is a stronger backup. You see why you cannot transverse the existential world, the Igbo cosmological world, without leaning on others. And that this understanding that within the forest of existence, although things have their own entities, but they don't stand alone. Everything leads with, they cuddle into each other's spaces. So within the existential sphere also, human beings cuddle into each other's spaces so that they can make the burden of existence lighter. So that this interdependence, this solidarity, this correlative response in dealing with things. So it is, again, this background that one can understand the practical implications of Ibuanyidanda, which the Igbo appeals to within the existential world. One of the implications will be then, when groups and communities and persons collaborate, they work together, they not only share each other's burdens, but galvanize a level of strength that surmounts the strength of each one. That is, if each person were to do it alone, in running a home, in training children, in doing community services, in reaching out to other people that are in need of help and compassion, whether in good times or in bad times, during bereavement, loneliness, incapacity. In short, Igbo communities so far have come together to build primary schools, secondary schools, maternity health services. There's also, some Igbo scholars will understand when you hear the word Ogbenye. Ogbenye will be called in English a destitute person. Now, Ogbe actually is a name for Igbo. It can be kindred groups, it can be village groups. They are the people, somehow by law, who gather themselves and try to help the most vulnerable among them. So those people that the community contribute their resources, make rules in order to accommodate those who are desperately destitute. That's where you apply the word Ogbenye. a poor person, a very, very poor person, is someone the group helps. You can only understand that within this network of Ibuanyidanda, we cannot do it alone. And Ibuanyidanda has actually been captured in Igbo intellectual lexicon. In 1999, one Professor Ohuche, in trying to talk about the centrality of education in Igbo culture, used the word during the Ahajoko lecture. By the way, the Ahajoko lecture is a lecture series by Imo State government, where each year Igbo scholars in various disciplines, come to discuss, present a paper yearly, on Igbo life, Igbo values. It's just a harvest of Igbo's intellectual heritage. He used that word, Ibuanyidanda, to show how the Igbos showed us the responsibility of education. Remember, after the Civil War, the southeastern Nigeria was simply abandoned, the Igbos. So people had to come together. They couldn't submit to the challenges, to the problems they had. They passed, went over it, galvanized to get themselves and begin to pick up their lives again. There was also something, this Ibuanyidanda as Igbo communal experience. There was a lecture, a conference organized in 2010 by Professor Correa at Harvard University, where they used that one, Ibuanyidanda, to express the Igbo endurance, the sense of resilience and survival among the people. And so, the Ibuanyidanda captures a story of resilience, survival, positive development, contribution by the people themselves. And one father Asus also had come also to use that to characterize his social philosophy. Now, I've tried to use the word Ibuanyidanda to theorize on an Igbo socio-political grid. Individuals being social animals, those social relations, ideas, works that make communities and persons flourish within the existential plane, where people will have to gather the tools of existence, where people will have to make choices within a world where things do not always add up. The result, the strength you put in is not always the result you have, where the environment can be very capricious in terms of you don't know what is going to happen. Ibuanyidanda becomes a way of existential survival because ontologically, as the Igbo person knows, the chief principle actually, much as is a gift, it is also an indication that you have to look for others for survival in order to traverse the forest of existence. And it is in this way that people can conquer, transcend, invent, innovate, as far as all of them are burdened within the ship of existence in order to traverse the storm of life. So thank you very much. I will be happy to take up your questions. Hello.
Yeah. Prof, thank you very much. Please, our audience, if you want to ask any question, Prof is ready to answer your questions. Yeah, Lindo.
Thank you very much, Prof, for the wonderful presentation.
Thank you.
I have a rather short question regarding the compatibility between destiny and some kind of a predetermination concept. Was it Eke? I think you said chi and eke.
Eke.
Yeah, so the difference between the chi and eke.
Eke, okay.
Yeah, and I wonder if the Ibuanyidanda is the principle that compatibilizes this seemingly wearing categories.
Okay. The chi principle is a prince first. When the Igbo man talked about chi as destiny, the gift you have, what you have actually sealed with God, even before creation, you have that. Is what defines you, is a unique gift, somehow been determined. That is chi. Sometime also, a larger, wider discussion, the same chi, the personal deity. Some Igbo scholars have tried to say that it is that same chi in a capital letter will be what we call the supreme being. It's a different discussion. But at this thing that everyone has chi, like the alphabets of nature of Francis Bacon, everything is a principle of identity. Now, there's another eke, another principle, which chi transmutes into, called eke. That principle is actually a principle of creativity, power, innovation. It coexists with this principle. You see, when people say that the Igbo word is determined, you have to read the other side. Is it determined to a certain extent? Because the Igbo man will say, at a point, he said, Onyekwe, Chiekwe. That is, if you agree, your God will agree. There is within this understanding an inbuilt also pragmatic principle represented by the eke. So that's Igbo, one Igbo scholar, Ezepugo, who said that eke creates the individual within the existential plane. So much as chi is what you have received, it looks as though it is simply destiny. The same chi can be transformed within the sphere. It transmutes into a creativity, in which case the chi principle you have received is like power, is potency, is ability you have that can be transformed. Because for the Igbo word, again, it is in process. You have to flow along with it. He can accept that, but he can also negotiate with his God. So in fact, when you have these two principles, I try to use the word free, destiny, determinism to represent chi. The other one that chi transmutes into eke, I use the word freedom. If you're familiar with Hume's principle, you see, along the line of freedom, determinism, you have also freedom. They coexist. In fact, the Igbo word chi and eke, Chineke is the name of God. In fact, if you read deep, it looks as though the Igbo God is a place where you have a great tension between the principles of destiny and freedom, the ground of all reality. Just to show that you don't capture reality or you can't capture it all. But the Igbo man somehow also has an ontological structure in order to adjust, in order to bear the burdens of life. The chi gives you power. The same chi, you have power. The same chi will also transmute to eke to indicate to you, you need others. No one can traverse the plane of existence without the need of others, other entities, whether trees, rocks, land, food, everything in that sense. Hello?
Yeah. Any other? Yeah. Anke?
Yeah, thank you so much for your presentation. So if I understood you right, you are arguing that solidarity is a driving principle in Igbo society. So my question is, what is the relation then between economic freedom, so to use all your economic knowledge and capabilities to make wealth, for example, and equal distribution? Is there at all the a support of this kind of economic freedom? Or are there set limits for economic freedom? So is it a kind of principle which is in opposition to the capitalist ideology, which is driving our societies today? So basically my question is, how is the relation between wealth and poverty negotiated in this system?
Thank you very much for the question. That reminds me of a question someone asked me whether the Igbo economic attitude is possessive individualism like that of Hobbes and the rest of them. And I told the person, look, given the cheap principle, we don't need to struggle. There is what you have, which I don't have. You take your banana to the market. I take my crude oil or any other thing to the market. You buy my banana, I buy your groundnut. So our marketplace is not a place where people struggle. There is social aspect of economics, given that everyone has something to offer, no matter how little. That's what the Chi egalitarian principle says. There's something to contribute, to that. So it's not where we begin to quarrel. Even a disabled person has something he can give. So we excel variously. Our people excel variously in our engagements. We are not struggling. So that is why I have talents. You remember the Igbo University, Igbo boy, where
Yes.
people also somehow share that talent they have gotten from Chi. An apprentice will come, a man will train him for over 10 years and incorporate him within his own business network without struggling or fear of domination or anything. That is the Igbo principle. We share our gifts because the gifts need to be shared. Left alone, you cannot be your own driver, your own engineer, your own medical doctor, your own teacher or lawyer. So our own structure of economic thing is not that way. Yes, you have the poor, like I explained in the Ogbenye thing. People also help out. But the thing that everyone is good for something. It might be in dancing, it might be in smiling, but someone has something which he or she can share with the rest of the people. We have good dancers. We have people who know how to speak, who can advise. So there are gifts. We are not there. We are not quarreling in excelling to pull down others. But in everyone bringing what they have within that market of existence and share their gifts. We are social animals, and that also affects economics. We don't go to market sometimes to quarrel. We go there to sell, to dance, to find people who marry, we relate with, to meet with in-laws, to meet with friends. That is our own way of looking at economics. Thank you very much.
Any other question? Professor Njoku is still open.
Can I ask a second?
Please, okay. Go ahead.
Since we have time, I would like to ask a follow-up question then. So how do you explain then today's big gap between between people who are really rich and wealthy in Igbo society and the very poor? Does it mean that the principle of solidarity does not work anymore, that it was overturned by capitalism now, by capitalist ideology, or how do you explain the current situation?
Certainly, if people make effort, like we say that someone can do, we're saying generally, people have power, they have talents, they can invest in. Remember also, the environment can help. Also, the environment also can hamper the development of such talents. The society also gives you that leverage. You invest, you pursue your dream, you can invest. There are also people also who, no matter how they try, it doesn't seem things are adding up. We also understand that because we have the absurd world, even over there in the West, so many things do not add up. Remember the myth of Sisyphus, So those ones are there. Or economic attitude, the gain or the loss in economic attitudes might be determined, maybe the effort people put, the way they understand themselves, the way they understand the world itself. Then they don't rule out. But point is that from the beginning, we have a society that empowers you, that allows you to develop, because the society trusts you that you have something to give, a unique gift. Management of gifts will be a different thing, Prof. It will be a different thing. We may have the gifts and everything, we don't manage them correctly. But that's a different question. I mean, in sharing those gifts or the process of these goods is a different question. But the capacity that the Igbo person is not someone who wants to sit and to be fed. It's someone who thinks he has a capacity, something to contribute. And where the environment welcomes that, he will excel. We're a nation of workers. People don't like to stay idle. That is in our nature. That's what we are saying. But the other forms of government we have now, like in other countries, that's a different question. But we are trying to discuss the ontology of the Igbo person, the understanding of the cosmos from which he or she reads the universe, the way he sees the futures of that. If we follow that, actually, as you said, most of the developments in Igbo land are engineered by individuals, by communities. They don't sit there and sit at the four walls and want the government there to feed them. They need opportunities so that their capacities, their talents can come to light. Thank you.
Any other question? I think we still have some minutes in case you want to direct the question to some other person apart from Professor Njoku. Yeah, go ahead. Indo.
Sorry.
It's okay. We still have time.
Thank you, Prof. Now that we still have time, I thought I would also follow Anke and get a follow-up question, which is somehow also related to some of the questions that Anke had asked. You mentioned Prof. Asuzu, who has spent a great deal of time philosophizing and thinking about Ibuanyidanda. And one of the things that he had to contend with was that this is, when he speaks about this philosophy, is not really talking about innocent harmony, right? He says the reality, at least according to Igbo philosophy from which he draws his work, that reality is constituted by the positive missing links, which I would assume is what Prof has been discussing now, what you've been discussing now about the harmony, the need to work together, the need to help the poor, and that everyone is a social being, that we need the other. But he also says then that there is dissonance. There is the negative missing links, which are just as much as constitutive of reality as the positive missing links. So I wonder, what do you think of dissonance, and what sort of, because he says that complementarity is the main principle that drives Igbo philosophy, which I gather is what you also spoke about, but he also speaks about the dissonance, which is, he says that two consciousnesses, there's one that disjuncts, there's one that conjuncts, which he also is one of the reasons why then that would explain the gap between the poor and the rich, because he says this is the boomerang effect of logic, right? That there's this kind of capitalistic greed, which has a boomerang effect, which he attributes to the disjunctive.
And the conjunctive.
Yeah. So I wonder what role dissonance plays in this, and what is the relation between complementarity and dissonance in your understanding, Prof?
Yes, no, that's a great question. You see, you can fit in that dissonance when things do not add up within the absurd world. Not everything adds up. When you talk about complementarity, Aristo's complementarity can be juxtaposed with dualism, because even in that complementarity, you can have the same thing at various times not adding up. You can say there are other forces, but I don't want to be talking evil forces on this. What I'm trying to do is to interpret the cosmology of our people. Something for one person might not add up. The same thing for another adds up. Because within the forest of existence, you have entities with different destinies. They cuddle into each other's spaces. And out there, it is the man with practical intelligence, who makes judgments about reality. So the same thing you think might be bad. Let's say, for example, a farmer, the thing a farmer cuts in his farm as weed, a medicine man comes there and picks them up as medicine. You understand that? Mm-hmm. The same thing. In one place, it is not wanted, it is weed. In another place, it is a great medicine, which means, again, sometimes, order and disorder might be just in the mind of the person. It might not be out there, given the judgments you have. You see? So, but the argument here is that in Igbo, ontologically, it's difficult to discard any object. In the combination, in the existential gathering of the person who gathers for existence, who picks materials, he can be making those judgments. Sometimes those judgments do not add up because reality as a masquerade is in motion. He can only try to capture it. Our knowledge of the order, of the word out there, cannot be exhaustive. In fact, in sharing our knowledge, in trying to live together, we share knowledge. What I didn't see clearly, you might see more. The power I don't have, you might complement. Those things that might, it's not a denial that certain things are bad from the start. There are certain, realities of human relation we don't want, But as far as entities are there in the forest, in their ontological nature, you have to be open to make that assessment. You can, in some places, people have done their best. It doesn't add up. There's also the anomalous world. One thing, the Igbo proverb, Igbo folktale, something visited the lion. When that object visited the lioness came out and saw the thing, it couldn't understand what it is. The lioness didn't know where to classify it. He went back to the house and called the lion to come and see what visited him, that he doesn't know what it is, whether it is a cloud or animal, but there is an entity. So this is not a question that the thing is abstract. It has a nature, but the lioness could not classify where it belongs, like anonymous monies in philosophy of mind. You have classified something as spiritual, You have classified another one as material. But this particular case defies that classification either as material or as spiritual, what you might call the anomalous, scale. The Igbo person factors those things, that you don't have answers to all. Someone who has tried his best, giving his best, even though his best may come out of nothing. You don't blame the person. You don't have all about the world. Science has not given us all about it even. It is a journey. That's why the Igbo person is an existential gatherer. In the time being, the thing is to make as much effort as possible to gather the things of existence to survive within this world of complication, of order, disorder, a world that is beautiful and at the same time very, very challenging. Asusu, Faras is interested so much in that ontological complementarity, but within that complementarity, you have to also fix in things that do not add up. It's only one way of addressing the world, navigating the world. But even when we have collaborated in that solidarity, everything does not add up. Pains are still there, even though we still bear it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yeah, the other speaker is not online.
Oh.
I've been trying to get in touch with him. It's not. So I don't know, what do we do? That's the last speaker for the day.
We can.
We can see.
Okay, we can be conversing and see whether.
We can have a general discussion now if you like.
It's okay.
So I mean, there have been some questions which could not be asked before, so just open it for a general discussion. Yeah.
Okay, for people online or just
yeah.
okay?
Yeah, one can address questions to all speakers.
Okay, so anybody online can ask any question. We're here. We can generally converse. If you have comments to make, if you have questions to ask, please feel free.
Sorry.
Okay, go ahead.
Yes, thank you very much, Prof. So I'll take you back, or I'll take us back to the first presentation. At the second presentation, I had questions which I couldn't ask because of time. So my second question for the first presenters, the first set of presenters was, beyond narrating those stories or telling those stories, are there within Igbo societies, are there mechanisms for also questioning the content of those stories? For example, we know that as you also said, what makes those stories philosophical, or what could make them to qualify as sources of for philosophizing or philosophy, is that they are interrogated, that they are critically evaluated. That do Igbo people do that? Like looking at it, stories, for example, and saying, oh, this aspect seems awkward, or there's something wrong with this story. So that was my second question. Then I had two questions that I wanted to ask Professor, the second presenter. So I'm sorry, I didn't know.
Maybe we answer this one.
Okay.
Then you can ask Professor Duko.
Yes, Professor
okay?
Duko.
Now, if you're talking in the traditional setting, those, Akuko Ifo or folktales were just meant to educate the younger generation. But in the course of, narrating those stories, you could see children asking, what happened to this? Why did this one happen? Okay? And the person who was the storyteller will explain to them. It was like a teaching exercise. Now, we're looking at it the way we are doing now because we have been trained as philosophers. Some of those things we are taken for granted. Now, we are telling you this. This is what you should learn from it. This is the behavior you are expected to cultivate as a member of the community, and they were satisfied with that. But because we are trained philosophers and we know what critical reflection means, we know what analysis means, we can now begin to look at those stories and then begin to extract what is philosophical in them. Okay, so the same thing happens when it comes to Omenala. Omenala is supposed to be the norm, the tradition of the people. But you discover that at a point, some people will begin to question it. When did Omenala become Omenelu? Because when Omenala begins to undermine the progress of the people it was meant for, people will begin to question it. But as far as folktales were concerned, it was meant for little children, okay? Growing up, you just gather them, and then the elder will be there. Sometimes adults will join, and then as the elder is talking, adults will be chipping in one or two things just to achieve the people's character development.
Thank you very much for that explanation. So my third and fourth questions now. So Professor Duko talked about Chukwu speaking the world into existence.
Okay.
So I wanted to ask that that sounds similar to what we have in
the Bible.
In the Bible, in Genesis, in the book of Genesis. The Bible says, God said, let there be light.
And there was light.
God created the heavens and the earth, and God said, let there be light. And God started speaking, and everything was appearing as he spoke, according to the Bible. So I wanted to ask that if was there any form of interaction before this worldview was formed among the Igbo? For instance, like any kind of influence, knowing that I'm also Nigerian. For those who do not know are online, I'm also Nigerian, but I do not speak Igbo. I'm Yoruba.
Yeah.
So I know that Christianity has been in Nigeria for some time, and the influence is strong, especially in the southern part of the country where we have the Yoruba and the Igbo, especially among the Igbo. So my question is, was there, before the emergence of this worldview, these accounts of creation, because this is different from what we have among the Yoruba. The Yoruba believe that the world was not spoken into existence, rather Oduduwa was sent to the world, to the earth to create the world. It created the world using sand and also and coming with a cock. So that was what Oduduwa used, physical materials to create the world. So this is different from the biblical account of the creation of the universe. So I wanted to ask that, was there any kind of link or influence by that maybe happened at any time? That's the first question. Or
Professor Godwin Zumba, is he there?
There's someone who has a name there.
Godfrey.
Ask verbally.
Okay. Please, is Professor Zumba online? Professor Godfrey Zumba, are you online? Hello?
Yes, I am online. Are you hearing me?
Okay.
Yeah.
So,
You can answer the question.
okay. Professor Duko, please, can you answer her question before we proceed? Is Professor Duko still online? Then I think we can take Professor Zumba.
So he's not there.
It's not there anymore, sorry. Yeah. Okay, thank you, Professor Ozumba. Welcome.
Yes, thank you very much.
Yeah, so to the audience, I hereby present Professor Godfrey Ozumba to you. He attended universities of Calabar, University of Calabar and University of Ibadan. He obtained a BA philosophy.
Hello, sir. Hello, Prof.
MSc.
Hello, Prof.
Yeah.
Hello, Prof.
What do we do?
No, let's continue. To answer the question.
Are you hearing me?
Yeah, please answer the question just briefly so that we can
All right.
invite Professor Zumba to present.
Okay, but are you hearing me now?
Yes, we are hearing you.
It's all right. Please, sorry for the interruptions, please. Let me just clarify one point. And that point is that we are doing a contemporary Igbo philosophy. And it's not different from critical reflections, logical analysis, and then other clarifications. The lady colleague there asked the question about whether there was any formal or informal connection between man and God. And that I will talk about now. There is this ancient myth in Igbo, ancient story in Igbo mythology that says that Igbo man and the God once communicated together. God was hanging from above and then coming down to communicate with Igbo man until a woman with a dirty pot or basket infested God, and God got annoyed and descended far away. This partly accounts for the distance, not deistic in nature anyway, of God from man. Hence, you have categories of divinities, ancestors, deities, and other spiritual beings intermediating between God and man. However, God had finished his creation before this event subsided. So when God now retired to a very high place, the intermediaries, the categories of gods, and deities now took his place. And so when an Igbo man wanted to intercede with God or for anything, he would do that through the ancestors, through the deities and the gods. That was the relationship between God and man, meaning that God created Igbo society. Chukwu created Igbo society and was communing with ordinary Igbo man until a woman with dirty basket infested God and God decided to retire to a place. That is the mythology. However, now, philosophy we're talking about is contemporary Igbo philosophy, and it does its work with the known methodology of philosophical enterprise by looking at some of these mythologies and then interpreting them and then reinterpreting them. In philosophy, as some of the Western philosophers, like Karl Popper, will argue, continues questioning and questioning. Coming to the other stance of the question, there are questions. Hello? There are questions.
Hello, yeah.
Yes. Questions like during my presentation, I tried to read an instance where the sage or the native doctor was appealing to God over somebody's illness. And he was saying, "You, God, hear lily words. You, my totemic spirit, hear my words. And you, spirit of illness, I have separated you from this man called Osas. I have spoken this. You have the man alone. You, totemic spirit of my father, do not let me speak a lie." This is a warning to the intermediaries of the supreme God, the ancestors, the God of illness, the God of cure, the God of that. So the usual methodology of philosophy, which is critical reflection and questioning, come into play here. because nothing is accepted without questioning. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Thank you. Can I go ahead now?
I think you can go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Prof. So we are back to Professor Zumba. Yeah, Professor Zumba attended University of Calabar, where he obtained BA Philosophy, MSc Political Economy, and MA Philosophy, and then University of Ibadan, where he obtained his PhD. He became Professor of Philosophy in 2005, served as HOD Philosophy 2009 to 2012, Dean, Faculty of Arts 2017 to 2019. Professor Zumba has 20 books, over 150 articles in learned journals, and is the chief proponent of the philosophy of integrative humanism. Professor Zumba's paper this afternoon is on the problematics of philosophizing in Igbo language. Prof, you're welcome.
Thank you very much. I should go on.
Please go on. You have 45 minutes.
So,
you will use 35 to present and 10.
Good day. Okay, good day, everybody. Happy to be here. We are standing on the already established protocols. As you have been told, my topic is problematics of philosophizing in Igbo language. And as a preamble, I want to say that language is key. As I've stated in my paper, that language is the oil with which philosophy is eaten and digested. So if we don't have language, in fact, all we have had now talking, where people have presented papers, is because language is possible. It's because we have a medium of communication, which is language. So that tells you that language is indispensable in philosophizing. And now coming to the paper, I am using what I call conceptual analysis as my method. I'm following it up with what I have called integrative interculturalism. Integrative interculturalism. Why am I using this? We are going to look at a few concepts, analyze them, and also show why concepts are very important in philosophizing and by extension, language. So what are we trying to do in this paper is to show that philosophy is a global brand. So if you are going to philosophize, you know you are speaking to the whole world. It's a universal discipline. And we are worried. We are saying if we are going to use Igbo language to philosophize, we are asking the question, does Igbo language have the capacity to take care of the nitty-gritty, the complexifications of philosophy? Because if that is not ascertained, it becomes a problem. So we are saying we have to look into the nature, the state of Igbo language, and then assess whether Igbo language as it is presently can cope with the complex nature of philosophical discourse and disquisitions. And when you look at that, you know that philosophy is the mother of all disciplines, but apart from that, is a vehicle for interdisciplinary discourse. That is why we give people PhD, Doctor of Philosophy, because you must get to the level where you are not just within your area, you are philosophizing on the subject matter in that your area. So if we philosophers who serve as the gadfly, we are the ones evaluating, monitoring, supervising what is going on in other disciplines, it means that we ourselves must be educated enough we must be imbued with knowledge of the things going on in other disciplines. So I am now asking, if we are going to use Igbo language as a medium for philosophizing in the 21st century, does Igbo language have that capacity? And that is why we're talking about the problematics. We're saying there are problems. Problematic is a term, a concept that denotes the fact that there exist problems and that these problems could be insurmountable. But we're using problematics here in a more positive manner. We are saying the problem of using Igbo language in philosophy is not insurmountable, but there are problems, and we want to highlight some of these problems. Like we say, when you are able to identify a problem, that problem is already half solved. So if we're able to identify the problematics that are associated with Igbo language, it becomes onus upon us as Igbo philosophers and stakeholders to begin to, fashion out how these problems can be solved, and then to better the quality, to better the nature, to better the capacity of Igbo language, so that it will now be seamless and easy for anybody who wants to philosophize in Igbo language to do so. So that is the kernel of what I'm trying to, put across in this paper, to show, yes, we have so many Igbo scholars in different fields, in the medical profession, in the social sciences, in the management sciences, in the arts, humanities, in law, nursing, whatever. And if we have all these people, it has become imperative today that Igbos should begin to think of how to improve, develop and improve on the quality of their language. So we are trying to say that the days are gone when Igbo people or Igbo man or Igbo intelligentsia, Igbo professional will be, hankering on how to perfect his use of English language. We are saying today, Igbo professionals should also begin to think of how to improve their proficiency in Igbo language, so that we can, as we are having this conference, I am looking forward to a time when we will have conferences like this and papers are presented in Igbo language. That is what we are talking about. And when we get to that point, one, language is power. Language brings people together. Like I've stated in this paper, I've said that Igbos, already we know the background. Igbos of the Kwa group of language talk, we belong to the southern part of Nigeria, the second largest ethnic group, even though people are doubting, because every state you venture into in Nigeria, after the indigenous of that state, the next most populous ethnic group is the Igbo. So since after the Civil War, Igbos have gone to different places. In Nigeria, they are everywhere. In the whole world, they are everywhere. And you are aware of the saying that anywhere you go and you don't find an Igbo man there, better pack your load and go. That place is not safe. So what is that telling us? It tells us of the central place the Igbo race occupies in the development of the world, not just Nigeria. And we are making a case that if Igbo nation occupies this kind of place, then it becomes imperative that the Igbo should begin to think of how to internationalize their language. How do we make Igbo language an international language? We have, tried so many things to think of, lingua franca in Nigeria. We talked about Swahili, we talked about Wazobia, we talked about, but those things are not working. And the Igbo should not be bogged down by this kind of project that may never see the light of the day. So it is our patriotic duty to begin to think of how do we, you know, I'd say, how do they put it? But it simply means that what is mine, and what belongs to all belongs to all. So there are things that belong to us and other things that belong to other people. And you, as we also say, before Pubanama, charity begins at home. So the Igbo people will have to look inward to begin to ask themselves questions. Have we fared well? What are we doing? What have we done with our language? We are talking about the need to do what? The need to begin to philosophize in Igbo language. This is a contemporary challenge, and that is the challenge I'm throwing to all of us, all Igbo speakers, Igbo users of Igbo language, to begin to know that the time is now when Igbos must rise up and begin to think seriously about deploying Igbo language in our philosophical discourse. Unless that is done, gradually Igbo language may go into extinction. But again, like I've said, there are problems. If we go through what I've written here, what I said, there are other subheadings, but if I go straight to the problematics, you begin to see that there are a lot of issues which the Igbo must contend with. I said here that the first worrisome challenge is the great diminution in the number of speakers of Igbo language. Look, I'm a professor of Igbo extraction, and it's difficult for me to even communicate in Igbo in simple matters as greeting, exchanging pleasantries, and all that. That is a shame. And this colloquium has opened my eyes, the need for me to do a self-talk, talk to myself, that I have to rise up from my slumber and begin to do something to rebuild, my knowledge of the Igbo language. So we find that after the Civil War, Igbos were scattered all over Nigeria, and many of them left Nigeria. And when they left, they found themselves in places where they didn't have Igbo communities, and it was difficult to continue to use that language. And we are saying, if you don't use a language, whatever you don't use, you lose. If you don't stop using a language, that language will start dying instrumentally, gradually. And we discovered that in many of our Igbo families, especially the most guilty are the so-called professionals, so-called academics. We don't use Igbo in our families. We don't communicate in Igbo with our children, with our wives, our husbands. And it's making it difficult for us to become proficient in the use of Igbo language. So that has whittled down the population of people that speak and use Igbo language. And it's a problem. I said it's problematic. Something has to be done. British imposition of English language should not make us to lose our own language. Yes, English can go ahead side by side, English language, but then it's still our duty to ensure that we begin to intensify the communication that exists in Igbo land using Igbo language. The second problem I've identified, I said the crop of Igbo who are supposed to sustain the use, development, and propagation of Igbo language are the ones even alienating themselves from the use of it. You know, today, the better English you are able to speak, the wiser you are deemed to be. So if you want to be seen as a wise man, as an intellectual, as a learned man, then you must show that you are proficient in the use of English language. But it's not so with the Chinese, not so with the Japanese. They are proud, even in India, they speak Hindi and they are proud of their language. So the question is, why are we alienating ourselves from the use of Igbo language? And we are going to specialize, crossing rivers, seas, and valleys and mountains to go to different countries to perfect our use of English language, whereas our mother tongue remains moribund. So I'm saying that something is wrong, and that which is wrong of this paper we are listening to. Then another problem is the euthanasia of Igbo proverbs, folk laws, folkways, wise sayings, and the concomitant decline in the development of Igbo language. Like Achebe said, the proverbs are the oil with which, language is eaten, or proverbs, Igbo language. If you remove Igbo language, proverbs from Igbo language, it becomes empty. It is what sweetens Igbo language, the proverbs, the folkways, the folklores, and all the things that we bring into it. And we are saying that language is very, very important. And it is in the use of words, just like English. I know if you go to my book, written in conjunction with Chimakonam, you will see that at the back of it, we have a glossary of new words. Those words are both English words and Igbo words. We created those words because we had occasion to research on that topic of Njikoka philosophy. So the more you research in different areas, the more the necessity comes upon you to create words, that you will use to be able to communicate or pass across the ideas or the knowledge or whatever you have in mind. So you find again that if you stop using a language, you will stop creating new words. You go to Noam Chomsky talks about generative grammar. Grammar generates itself. Grammar creates itself. Grammar is dynamic. Grammar is incremental. As you use it, ideas come, new things are created. That is what we call neologisms. New words are created. And over time, those new words become admitted into the lexicon of that language. So we find here that the non-use or, very little use of Igbo language has created a kind of gap in the development of language. You read works on Donald Davidson talking about conceptual schemes. You read works written by Quine talking about background languages and so on. You read works by Wittgenstein talking about tools in a toolbox in his philosophical investigations. Then you look at Quine was talking in his progress in language theory. The language continues to grow over time through the use of all the things, the connectives, the sign categorematics, and all the performatives, the connectives, and all that. If a language is no longer in use or is not used in serious academic work, the future of that language will be very, very slim. Then we are saying also that another problem the Igbo language is facing is that the users are averse to deploying Igbo language in their researches. We are supposed to think in Igbo language, research in Igbo language, write in Igbo language, and possibly discuss our findings in Igbo language. So that again is posing a problem. But we thank God that today many Igbo scholars are now using Igbo words, Igbo concepts, at least putting them in parentheses, in inverted commas, as they write on. So that again is some kind of improvement. So we also are happy that in Nigeria, we are having some developments. We have already talked about Ibuanyidanda philosophy. We've talked about Njikoka philosophy. We've talked about the Igbo philosophy. We have talked about Onyaga Nangwane philosophy. And so forth and so on. So, but what are we trying to say? When we keep using Igbo words, like in Jikoka, before you know it, it becomes a household name. Ezumezu, before you know it, it becomes a household name. Just as Ubuntu is almost becoming a household word in philosophy. So the frequency, the scope, and the diversity of the use of Igbo concepts will help the language itself to grow. So we also say that there is a problem associated with the teaching, writing, and learning of Igbo language. I have a friend at the University of Lagos who has, in my discussion with her, she is of the linguistics department at UNILAG, said that they are finding it difficult to get students to come and study Igbo language. It's because emphasis is not placed on it. It's because I would say our leaders, the stakeholders in the Igbo nation are not doing anything about it. Something should be done to encourage Igbo sons and daughters to want to engage in the study of Igbo anything, Igbo philosophy, Igbo language, Igbo this, Igbo that. So that is what we are trying to say. Because of that, the department is almost at the verge of being, removed from, the curricula of that university. So, and that will be a very shameful thing. But if we, who are the stakeholders, find a way of making the study of Igbo language very lucrative, that when they finish, the Igbo leaders have a good job for them, they are well paid, and all that, Igbo will be, the study of Igbo language will become the in-thing. And you see people, everybody say, no, my son, go and read Igbo, they see this other person's son, they see this other daughter. So we are saying something should be done to encourage students to begin to veer into studying Igbo language. So I said, in spite of the federal government's effort to make the teaching and learning of the three major languages of Igbo, Yoruba, and Hausa in Nigeria, we have not seen much progress. We have not seen much progress. Those who try to speak Igbo, who say they are fluent, before you know it, before they give you 10 or 5 sentences, they have mixed it up with English. And it's a shame that we cannot take on Igbo language and get into discussion, begin the discussion, finish the discussion in Igbo language. So that is the challenge before us. And again, I say we have the problem of the dialectical differences in Igbo language, in Igbo culture, Igbo nation. Remember, we have Igbos of Anambra State, of Ebonyi State, of Enugu State, of Imo State, of Abia State, those 5 states. All the indigenes of these different states of Igbo nations have their different dialects. The way the Onitsha man speaks is different from the way Enugu man speaks, different from the way Ebonyi speaks, different from the way Abia. And even within Abia again, the Abriba people, Omahia, Aba, they have their dialects. So you have very complex, corrugated, linguistic differentiation within the Igbo language. So that itself is also a problem. So even though attempts were made in the past by Igbo Council of Elders to begin to talk about having, central Igbo, what they call central Igbo, which all Igbo people, Igbo persons will be trained to use in commercial, engagements, in, very official discourse and so on and so forth. But that has not really seen the light of day. People are still reclining into their very narrow, provincial, ethnic, dialectical, affiliations. And that is a problem. So again, like I say, we have the Kaibo, people of the Delta, quite different. You have to strain your ears as an Igbo man to understand what they're saying. So there is need to harmonize the Igbo language so that all Igbo-speaking people will be able to understand themselves. If we're talking about intersubjectivity of discourse, it will that can only happen if we can understand ourselves, if we hear ourselves. Go to Quine and begin to read about indeterminacy, opacity, all the problems that attend the use of language. Those things are very prevalent in Igbo language, and we must find ways of overcoming them. Again, we have what I've called the non-governmental action. The 5 Igbo governors have not done enough. If I don't want to say they have not done anything, they have not done enough, to support the study, the learning, the writing of materials in Igbo language. If they are doing anything, I'm not aware of that. So, but we are saying something has to be done in that direction. Again, we have the problem. I said our children have become uprooted from their ancestral foundation. If you read Menkiti talking on personhood, Menkiti was saying that where you are born, you are immersed in the nitty-gritty of the culture of that soil. The individual becomes part and parcel of the culture of the soil where he is born. So personhood is the development along the lines of the prescriptions given by that culture. So if somebody is uprooted from his culture, it means he has lost identity. He has lost personhood, which eventually will affect his personality. So that is what we're saying. And there is a need for us to know how serious this matter is. Many of our children cannot speak Igbo language. I'm also guilty of that. So what are we saying? Something very drastic, something urgent has to be done to reverse this trend. So now we want to move to the next subheading we have here, which is navigating through the problematics. How do we navigate through the problematics we have highlighted earlier? There are many more things that could be said. I said identifying a problem is halfway to solving the problem. In the foregoing, we have enumerated some of the problems bedeviling the Igbo language. It is trite to say that every language has the potential for great linguistic use. My little understanding of the Igbo language makes me feel that it's a language that possesses illimitable philosophical resource. Philosophy thrives on language. No matter the profundity and activity of our reasoning, if we do not have the appropriate words and concepts, linguistically speaking, we will not be able to communicate properly. Igbo language is rich in proverbs, folklores, folkways, wise sayings, metaphors, allegories, alliterations, phonemes, morphemes, multidimensional genres, and sign categorymatics, acoustic endowments, and cosmologic sensibilities. We have great capacity for humor in the use of Igbo language, aesthetics, storytelling, fables, and pragmatics are some of the philosopher-friendly endowments of Igbo language. If Igbo language is developed and the users apply dexterity, mastery, and depth to it, it will make philosophizing a very interesting intellectual engagement. Reading Chinua Achebe's books, The Things Fall Apart, Arrow of God, No Longer Artists, At Ant Hills of the Savannah, and other of his stories, with the lesson of wise sayings and proverbs punctuated with traditional and ancient nuances, provide a masterful and captivating reading, sustenance, and attraction. If Igbo language is developed and deployed to philosophizing, great will be the gnosiological, epistemological outcomes. Other challenges and problematics are that knowledge has so developed and diversified that today there are great developments in science and technology, artificial intelligence, digitization of knowledge, developments in chemistry, physics, biology, nanoparticles, quantum physics, psychology, environmental sciences, geophysics, astronomy, electronics, arts, humanities, are areas where deep and far-reaching developments are going on. A lot more is going on in the business world, management sciences, public administration, and so on. Today, the vogue is interdisciplinary approach to research. This means that to philosophize comprehensively, we need to develop linguistic capacity in Igbo language to be able to take care of the linguistic needs of the ever-growing body of knowledge. To achieve this, the above, there will be need for the experts in the study, teaching of Igbo language to redouble their efforts in the generative and harmonization of new Igbo terms and concept words, and with the old, with the view to making it easy for language users to comfortably navigate any discourse with them. Philosophy as a bridge-building discipline, a gadfly to other disciplines, and as a discipline that plays supervisory and evaluative role in the methods, contents, and practices of other disciplines, there is need to ensure that any language that will be deployed in philosophizing must develop at pace with conceptual and doctrinal development of all disciplines. To achieve this, there will be need for heightened interdisciplinary involvement by Igbo professionals in all disciplines. There is need to have intentional, conscientious effort to think and write in Igbo language. This can be done by inserting Igbo words in sentences, even if it is in parentheses or inverted commas. This project must be pursued with the urgency and pertinency it deserves. All hands must be on deck to achieve this. There is therefore the need for conscientization among Igbo intelligentsia, professionals, scholars, teachers, leaders of thought, and governments that are the helm of affairs in Igbo land. This proposal should not be allowed to end up as an empty evocation of thoughts. Implementation and immediate action is urged by this proposal. We talk about theme of philosophy, Njikoka philosophy, Ibuanyidanda philosophy, Ezumezu philosophy, Onyanganangwane philosophy, Kano's Igbo philosophy, harmonious monism, Afrozelotism. These are some of the philosophical attempts being made by Igbo philosophers to indicate the way to go if we are going to provide the profundity of linguistic resources necessary for the catching pace with the linguistic needs of philosophizing in Igbo language. It will involve a vibrant, thoughtful creation of accessible Igbo glossary of neologisms from where scholars can draw from and enrich the versatility and diversity of the research ecology open to Igbo scholars. This program should not be optional, but of imperative patriotic necessity for Igbo scholars. The capacity of Igbo scholars to achieve this feat is not in doubt. We need only the drive, the motivation, the organization, sensitization, mobilization, and strategic responsibilities which will place inviolable burdens on the shoulders of Igbo scholars. Philosophers who are biased in philosophy of language, who have their bias in philosophy of language, should expand their researches through multicultural linguistic analysis and comparison to facilitate adaptation, adoption, emulations, hyphenizations, borrowings, simulations, and domestication of concepts and terms in manners that make them Igboically both relevant and fitting. For example, quantum can be, put in Igbo language as nkwota, because nkwota contains the meaning of wave and particle. When you use your hand to take some water to pass it into another container, that is if water meaning, you are carrying water from one container to another container. You will see particles of water. You will also, the wave-like appearances, being made manifest in that exercise. As new words are created, there has to be those saddled with the responsibility of purifying, harmonizing, and disseminating the finished linguistic outcomes. These projects will take time and effort, but by the end of a decade or a few years, it is hoped that much ground would have been covered. looking through the work done by Pantaleon Irebu in his philosophy, in his beam philosophy series, namely beam of metaphysics, beam of morality, beam of knowledge, showcase that what Igbo scholars can achieve if given the encouragement and the enablement and the enabling environment to pursue this project in a world that is becoming increasingly globalized. Igbo scholars cannot continue to feature as consumers of Euro-Asia finished academic products. Igbo contribution to global knowledge bank will become noticeable and appreciated when we begin to think in and write in Igbo language. Professor Wiredu.
Hello, Prof.
Yes.
Prof, please.
How many minutes do I have?
Round off so that we have some minutes for question and answer.
Okay, so let me just say,
just conclude.
Wiredu has told us about conceptual decolonization. Something should be done about that in a methodic manner. Other scholars who have contributed to Igbo, we have Uzodimma Nwala, who wrote the Igbo philosophy. Francis Njoku, one of the presenters here, has written voluminously on Igbo issues, jurisprudence, Atumatu philosophy, and so on and so forth. Asuzu has written his Ibuanyidanda, Ozumba has written his Njikoka, Ijoma, Mmekoka, Chimakonam, Ezumezu, and so on and so forth. Ephraim Ikebu is working on Onyaga and Nwani and so on. So, to conclude, let me read the conclusion. It says here, in this paper, we have attempted an exploration of the problematics that face the project of philosophizing in Igbo language. We have examined what the problematics are and have shown that these problematics are not insurmountable. We have adumbrated, though peripherally, the steps we need to take to be able to overcome the problematics highlighted. The project of philosophizing in Igbo language had long begun, but the work is done in a staccato manner. There is no systematization and there is no harmony. The essence of this paper is to sound a clarion call on the need to appreciate the present urgent need to develop the Igbo language and to understand the complexity and the magnitude of the work that lie in the hands and shoulders of Igbo scholars and other stakeholders in undertaking this project. Where there is a will, there will always be a way. A journey of 1,000 miles starts with a single step. But luckily, some Igbo scholars have taken more than the very first step in this direction. All we need to do is to leverage on what they have done and then deepen, expand, purify, extrapolate, vivify, and valorize all that they have done to get a better outcome. This colloquium is therefore timely and serves as a wake-up call on all concerned to arise from their slumber and to put on their thinking caps and research garments and trust themselves on this very important and contemporary assignment. It is hoped that in the next decade or so, if we follow through, the result of this call to duty will completely overwhelm our imaginations. Thank you very much, and God bless you.
Thank you, Prof. Thank you, Prof.
Yeah, thank you very much for the opportunity.
We have some minutes for comments and questions. Yeah, Namita.
I hope they had me.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hello, Prof. Thank you so much for your lecture. So you said people in India are proud to use their language. My studies of Indian philosophizing have shown that there are like about 350 languages in India, and there are many people, especially of the younger generations, who only speak English and who are completely alienated towards the mother language of their land. We've talked about the same problems in many other languages as well when it comes to indigenous languages. So I guess alienation towards indigenous languages seems to be a global problem. And also, our colleague from South Africa, Lerato Posholi, mentioned that even though Sesotho is her mother language, it feels very strange for her to philosophize in this mother language because she's used to philosophize only in English. So I want to ask you, what's your personal experience of philosophizing in Igbo language? Thank you.
Okay. So am I free to answer that
Yeah,
question?
go ahead and answer, Prof.
Okay, you see, my own personal experience, I am very grateful to my parents who sent me to do my secondary school in my village. So that 1 year, only 1 year I spent in my village, I learned so much. The little Igbo I know was, I learned the Igbo when I was in my village. And whatever I'm writing in Igbo is because I was in the village. So I want to say that my being in Igbo land, schooling in Igbo land has helped me to, become conversant with some Igbo proverbs, Igbo words, Igbo concepts, and to be able to use it. Like we have said, yes, it's a problem with this present generation. Why? I've already said that many of them have been uprooted from their cultures, and their parents, careless, are not bothered that these children are not being taught their mother tongues. So that is partly the problem. But I think that is why this colloquium is being floated, to enable scholars to begin to think inward and to think homeward. You begin to ask yourself, what am I doing with my language? So if there are areas where we have made mistakes, there are missteps, we now have this opportunity to begin to correct them. So that is the answer I will give to that question. Thank you very much. I hope.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Any other comment or question for Prof? Hello, our audience online.
Yes.
Who's there? Please, can you mention them? Who? Okay, Professor Duko. Professor Duko, please ask your question.
There's another person. There's another person that.
Are you hearing me?
Yes.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Yes.
Who is muting him?
I didn't mute him.
You have to say.
He's muted.
Prof, you are muted. You are muted. Okay.
All right.
We're not hearing him.
Okay, go ahead.
All right. I thank Professor Zumba for the submissions on the challenges of Igbo philosophy. That's number one. Number two, how to escape from these challenges. And this is where I will thank the organizers of this event to say that Igbos are the most benefactors of this event. But in view of the challenges, I think the organizers may have to go further on the issue of Igbo language, as pointed out by the last speaker. And I want to add, first, the last speaker tried to convert quantum into Igbo. I think it's a dissonance. Igbo language cannot start from quantum. Rather, we can borrow, as he still pointed out, the theme concept in Professor Irebu. The theme concept suggests particles, that the minutest particle constitutes the element of quantum consciousness. Hence, being be an Igbo concept, as derived by Professor Irebu, could represent quantum consciousness. Alternatively, we could go straight to idea of particles in sand. Sand in Igbo, the meaning, particles of sand, aja, means particle, the minuteness. When the Igbos, when they want to speak of the minutest particle, they will talk of aja.
Sand.
Aja more. The aja more here represents minutest particle, materially ontologically, and spiritually. Hence, there may not be the need to do immediate conversion from English to Igbo. Rather, the aboriginal primary concept in Igbo, like Ajamo or Pem. Then thirdly, like I said, the Igbo nation will remain the greatest beneficiary of this colloquium because the Igbo language, if we want to further it, will need standardization in terms of logical standardization of Igbo language. This brings collaboration between philosophers and grammarians. Happy enough, the last speaker, Professor Zumba, also pointed out the question of indeterminacy. The Igbo language, if you critically examine them, will require formalization in terms of determinacy and logic. In order to be able to be elevated, to mechanics, quantum mechanics, like Ubuntu today, as I was told, had something to say about this quantum mechanics in Ubuntu language, South African language. The challenge for Igbo is to get to that level. So also the challenge of the Yoruba language. And look, Yoruba language is doing enough anyway, because virtually every item in the universe has a Yoruba language. Yoruba name. Igbo is lacking in this, because a lot of Igbos speak of bottle. There are a lot of Igbos speak English in Igbo language. To summarize my point, the Igbo language needs logical standardization and determinacy. Thank you very much.
Take another
Thank
question.
Take another question, but I have to go.
Okay.
I'm done.
Okay. Is there any other question? We need to end our. Okay.
My hand is up, please.
Okay. Please go ahead.
This is Professor Samson Zwanke, University of Calabar.
Okay, you're welcome.
Yeah. Sorry, my video is not functioning well, but I think you can hear me clearly.
We can hear you.
Your presentation has been superb, and I am particularly I feel particularly drawn to the presentation by Professor Zumba and the issues raised in his presentation. I am not a philosopher, I'm a language person, so I'm attracted to that particularly, and to draw your attention or their attention to the fact that a lot of work is being done on the Igbo language in the National Institute of Languages in Aba. There's a National Institute of Languages that has done a lot of work on Igbo, on translation of terms from different areas, sciences, philosophy, medicine, everything. So much. They have done a lot of work in trying to standardize Igbo language. They have done a lot in trying to build a dictionary or a glossary of terms of Igbo language. So if anybody wants to start any work on trying to standardize or on philosophizing on the Igbo language, I think you could start from there. They have plenty of resource materials to help the take-up of this program, of whatever you want to do in philosophizing in the Igbo language. That's the little input I said I should make. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Zwanke. Who is the next?
My hand is up.
Okay, please go ahead.
Okay. Good afternoon, all.
Yeah, good day.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, my name is Eric Omazo from the National Open University of Nigeria. I joined when Professor Zumba was making his own presentation. And my question is to him, or my observation. Now, Prof, do you think the problem of Igbo language, as you noted, is rooted in the language itself or in the speakers of the language? Now, I ask this question because when we complain about the insufficiency of Igbo language, it betrays our own non-rootedness as Igbo scholars. Now, why do I say this? Whenever I leave the university, whenever I go to the village and then leave the big cities and return to the village, I marvel at the expert use of Igbo language by ordinary, barely literate, in fact, illiterate Igbo persons. So in their usage, the language is complete, it's natural, and then dynamic, as you expect, because they have a way of incorporating new words, you know, the type of thing that we are struggling to do here. Now, by having themselves or taking themselves away from traditional settings, that is by alienating themselves from their people, the Igbo intelligentsia or philosophers like you and myself, what we should be clamoring is that our language should be taught in our schools. You know, when I was in school, secondary school, I was punished, and the same with my mates, for speaking the Igbo language. So don't speak vernacular. It. Yes, it was called vernacular. You know, a language that could not travel, that could not deliver science, deliver knowledge. But it's not true. I have seen the way these local people use language. It is dynamic. If there are new words, they find a way to incorporate it and then keep living. You say anything to them, they understand it and then take it off from there and continue with whatever they are doing. So there is no problem in that as far as these people are concerned. What I see is that there is a disconnect between us and them and those of them that are there in the villages. Now, I also have a problem with your submission that as Igbo, we must work hard to internationalize the Igbo language. I do not know how this can be achieved. You know, why I'm saying this is because I'm wondering what's the usefulness of this, especially given that the so-called international languages, English, Spanish, Portuguese, Chinese, and then such other languages, you know, they achieve their own internationalization through conquest, imperialism, and colonialism. The Igbo historically had no empire ambition, and we still do not have it now. So I would rather think that, still going back to it, that what we need is to develop our own language, you know, for our own usage. Develop it, so if we have it and then we're able to use it within our own territory and then achieve whatever you want to achieve, that's enough. If an outsider comes, you want to learn, fine, you know. So this is my submission. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome, Prof.
Am I supposed to respond to him?
If you want.
Hello. I think his submissions are well noted. My only position is, while we're talking about internationalization of Igbo language, is that Igbos are finding themselves everywhere, in all countries, in all communities, and so on and so forth. And if this language will not die, we ourselves, who are Igbo-speaking people, must consciously do something to make it to be a language that will be admired, both by us and by those who listen to us. And that can only be done if you are using it, you know, in official, maybe we're talking about a program like this, and you are given opportunity to, you know, present your paper, and you present it in Igbo after you interpret, if you like. And people, you know, get mad, oh, is that what that word means? Is that what? Life is about the, you know, whatever you will do to make people to be excited. Language has that power. It carries the power of excitement. So when people hear you, like the Chinese, when they come and speak their twin, 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 we look at them and we marvel. And it gives us some, you know, something to go home with. So if we also internalize, how many of us speak China? How many of us are interested? But the Chinese don't care. They are doing their best. If you don't say, I am here, nobody will know you are there. Who knows what tomorrow will bring? If tomorrow God decides to say Igbo will be the leading nation in the whole world, is then you will start fighting to build your language. Start from somewhere now and prepare yourself, position yourself, because things can change tomorrow. And we become the leaders. You say we don't have empire disposition. Who told you? You never can tell. So let's not kill that spirit. Let's internationalize Igbo language. That is what I'm saying. And when we
It's
do,
okay,
we'll not
Prof.
regret it. Yes, thank you very much.
Thank you, Prof. Professor K, please, can you ask your question or comment? Make your comment.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Prof. Prof. Zumba, my senior colleague. It's wonderful that it's Hildesheim that will bring two of us together now. It will seem that Professor Zumba was not there when we did our own presentation.
Yes, it wasn't.
Yeah, in the introduction to our presentation, I said there are two ways we could do. Where put the mic? I said there are two ways we could address this question of Igbo philosophy, especially from the perspective of the problematics that Professor Zumba raised. One is to discuss that there are problems, highlight the problems, and then prescribe how the problems will be solved. And that will be doing philosophy the way it was done before Marx came, when he said, philosophers have interpreted the world. What we are here now is to change the world. And so we decided that we will do Igbo philosophy in the Igbo language. So we did our own full presentation, beginning to the end, in Igbo language. And to make it authentically Igbo, this idea of one person, as if you are speculating, as if you were in the desert, was not very normal in the traditional Igbo society. Igbo thought was thought in the community. It was an integrated social existential engagement. And so what we did was to take a topic in philosophy, individuality and communality, which one is prior in human social existence, and do a discourse of it using Igbo proverbs from beginning to the end. And we did that because we asked the same questions you are asking. Is it possible to philosophize in the Igbo language? And our own answer is an emphatic yes. And in order to do that, we again do what the Igbo people say. Talking of internationalization, we will not internationalize what is not yet internal. It has to be internal. It has to be there. There has to be a deposit of what is being done in the house. And then we say, let us now export this, which is being done in the house. I do not think that there is any language that is complete in its embrace of both human thought in its entirety and all the realities outside human thought. Every language is an attempt to understand and express thought and reality. And so what we have are levels of incompleteness. And if someone says, because my own level of incompleteness is large, therefore I will not start, then he may never really start. So I think that what we have done in our presentation is a challenge to all of us, including myself. Today we have discussed individuality and communality. The next day, what do we discuss? We take up another topic and discuss it in Igbo. If the Igbo people are among themselves, first of all, you gave example of the Chinese, that they speak Chinese to themselves. If the Igbo people are speaking to themselves exchanging philosophical ideas among themselves where there is no non-Igbo, why would they need internationalizing it? And of course, we cannot learn at the export market. We have to learn at the village market how to trade and then take it to the export market. So basically, one, internationalization has to begin with internalization. And internalization is possible. And we tried it out, and it is conversational, it is dialogical, it is a community thing. I think that we should begin that way and then grow from there. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor
Thank
Ike
you.
Odimegu. I'm afraid we have to end here today. We have overshot our time by 30 minutes. I am sorry if there are still people who want to make comments or contribution. I'm really sorry we have to stop here. I want to use this opportunity to thank everyone for hooking on and for contributing to this conversation. I want to thank the members of the Center for Advanced Studies, Philosophizing in a Globalized World, that made it possible for this colloquium to hold. I appreciate all of them. I appreciate all the principal investigators at the center. I appreciate all the fellows that are here present. I also appreciate our participants that have taken out time to write their papers and to present those papers and have contributed to this conversation. I want to thank our audience, both philosophers and non-philosophers, who were able to join in this conversation. And I want to believe that everybody, at least, you are going away with something new. Now, I'm promising all of us that this conversation is going to be published. We have something here, Polylog. Polylog is also a compilation of previous presentations at the center. And I've been promised that this conversation, this colloquium that we've had, we are going to also publish it in a form like this, so that all these ideas that we have expressed will not just end with us. Generations that will come across the monograph or whatever form it's going to take will also read and understand the challenges of the time. Thank you very much for being with us, believing that maybe in the near future, if there is any need for another conversation, you will all be here. Thank you very much, and God bless you.
Thank you. Thank you, Prof.
Thank you.